Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Look at everybody up in here already. Love to see it, man. Love to see the turnout for what is arguably the largest NBA slate that I can remember of recent memory. 12 NBA games today celebrating the life of Martin Luther King Jr. Smash that like for MLK, y'all. Smash that like for me. We got a ton of games. Ton of games to talk about. And the first one tips off here in about an hour and a half. 12:30 Eastern time. Lots and lots and lots of games to discuss today. Lots of player props. We're going to do things a little bit different today because we've got a different type of schedule today. I can't talk about picks and plays from just the 7 o'clock games because we got games at like 12:30, 3 o'clock, all the way through like 6 p.m., 7:30. I mean, like all day long, guys. It's a marathon of NBA games. So I'm going to be talking about all of them. In fact, I think we're going to make some live entries together. What do you think about that? Maybe we put together a couple of picks for the games as they begin to tip off. I mean, I might be here all day. I don't know. I might be stuck here with you guys. You guys might be stuck here with me all day long, making entries live together here on YouTube. Shout out to everybody up in the chat, man. Love it. Love to see the turnout. E. Wicker's up in here. Appreciate you going live. Needed this today. Absolutely, brother. You know I'm here. Monday through Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern time. Sometimes I make an appearance on a Saturday. I did that for NFL Super Wildcard Weekend. Hopefully you guys tuned in. Hopefully it led to some winning picks. I Am Trash at Roblox is back again. Shout out to you, Jen. All day games. Yes, all day games. Indeed, we got a lot to talk about. A lot of player props to talk about. Tony, good morning to you. It's Money Making Monday. You're darn right it is, man. Money Making Monday is back. NFL tonight. Can't forget about that. We got 12 NBA games, and we've got a crazy NFC game between the Rams and the Cardinals also coming up around the corner too tonight. Monday Night Football. Gotta love it, man. Thanks for the reminder, Tony. Jimmy Green's up in the building. Good morning to you. Another one of our Patreon members. David Reeves says excited for this full day of NBA. Like, man, I wish they did this more often. These marathon days of NBA action all day long. I mean, does it get any better? Thomas, a.k.a. Fred Dogs, up in the building. Another one of our Patreon members joining me this morning. Had a very profitable weekend. Me too, brother. My bankroll got ballooned up, especially on Saturday with some MMA action. Shout out to DFS JR. He's one of our Discord Patreon members as well. Came through with some fantastic MMA lineups. My dude is on point when it comes to the MMA. January Madness. Yeah, we could call it January Madness. I ain't mad at that. Leroy says, let's go, Caveman CJ. It's Caveman Curry, bro. If you're going to come at me like that, at least get it right. Caveman Curry. And I don't mind that. I take that as a high compliment from you, Leroy, so appreciate you for that. Thomas said, went to the Eagles game. Yes, I went to the Eagles game. Yes, the Philadelphia Eagles lost. And it wasn't pretty. It wasn't like we barely lost. Listen, it was a beatdown. All right, but we weren't even supposed to be in the playoff picture. Let's be real. Let's be honest. They had us as a bottom 5 team. They had our wins at 6.5 wins, all right? And a lot of people were taking the under on 6.5 wins. We ended up overachieving this season. We found ourselves in the playoffs with a rookie head coach, with a second-year quarterback, dealing with a whole new head coach and offensive coordinator and whole new system, all right? We overachieved, and I am proud. I'm proud of the Philadelphia Eagles. And not to mention, folks, we got three top 20 first-round picks coming up soon, all right? The draft will be a good one. 3 top 20 first-rounders. So things are looking up for the Eagles. Yeah, I wish we would have won. But listen, if we're going to lose to anybody, I'm glad it's the Bucs. I've lived in Tampa Bay my entire life. Lifelong Tampa native, one of the few who could say that. So if the Eagles were going to lose to anyone, I'm glad that it was the Bucs. And now I'm probably just going to root for the Bucs the rest of the way. Listen, they're not my favorite team. The Eagles are my favorite team, obviously, but got to root for somebody. So let's get behind the Buccaneers and see what happens. They're going to either face the Cardinals or the Rams. So that should be an interesting game, no matter who the opponent is. But yes, Eagles got their butts whooped. All right, I said it. I owned it. Denzel, what's happening, man? Good morning to you. Low Baller 73 says, good morning. Good morning back at you. Travis, what's good? Let's get this bag. We're going to definitely get this bag. Ronald's Green back again. Mr. Solid, Mr. Dependable, Mr. Reliable. Every morning, he's here with the what's up. What's up back to you, man. Everyday Fantasy says, good day, everybody. Sorry, CJ, but my Bucks showed out. Felt like the Super Bowl did. I was in Tampa. Love the city. Absolutely, man. It was a lot of fun being down there at Raymond James Stadium. Had a great time. Great time. Still trying to recover, actually, from that great time. So don't mind me if I'm a little off. Newsom, what's good to you? Tough one? Yeah, we took a tough L. That's all right. Kev says, good morning. Let's make some money. I am with making that money. You definitely know that. Killer Prop says, whatever it takes to wash off the stink of the NFL games yesterday, let's go. Listen, 12 NBA games will be a fine chaser for what was some tough NFL games yesterday. Primed Lazy 11. Am I saying that right? Let's go get this bag. Cindy's up in the building. Good to see some ladies joining us this morning on the live stream. Shout out to you, Cindy. Antonio Jones, let's freaking go. Love it. Neville, good to see you, my friend. Ace is back up in here. Big slate today. A lot of work, already exhausted. Yeah, man. A lot of games to talk about. We got a super chat already from my man David. He's already talking about some player props here. Kyrie Irving over 21.5 points, a 2-point advantage over the sports books. And he's going to be pairing it with Gordon Hayward over 15.5 points. You know, David, very rarely does David miss. David comes through with some clutch plays. So if you come in here and you watch these live streams regularly or often, my man David Winker, a.k.a. Who Dat. Always coming through with some solid picks. So definitely consider both of those plays. And hopefully we'll get an opportunity to talk about both. Kyrie Irving over on points and Gordon Hayward over on points. Y'all remind me. If I forget to talk about them, y'all remind me. Still going through all your shout outs, all the hellos. Skull says, that would be cool. Live picks. Yeah, maybe we'll lock in a couple of entries together. I mean, these games are going to be starting in about an hour, a little over an hour. So we could probably just do some player prop research, chronological order, like starting with the first game, which is going to be New Orleans and Boston. We kind of work our way through the slate. I don't know. Sounds like a fun time to me. If you guys are down, I'm down. Bridget, good to see you. Santiago, good morning. That Hunt Boy, 92, good morning to you as well. You flex at me, I flex back. My gun game ain't on point these days. You know what I'm saying? Got to get back in the gym, folks. Got to get back on those weights. Kevin, yo, Steady D, my guy. You're my guy, or you're my person. I don't know if you're a guy or girl. I'm going to assume you're a guy, though. Most of the people that watch these live streams, mostly guys, according to the YouTube analytics. Robert Williams, this just in. Leroy DeGraff is reporting that the Time Lord, Robert Williams of the Boston Celtics, has been ruled out. So no Robert Williams. Thomas Walsh says, missed you yesterday. Injuries and ejections. Doggone De'Aaron Fox. Yeah, he ended up getting ejected, man. That sucked. Renee, good morning to you. Let's make some money. Austin is talking about Tampa Bay. Yeah, Tom Brady. These guys might run it back. They might run it back. Wes says, thumbs down for the Eagles. It ain't personal. Listen, whether you leave a thumbs up or a thumbs down on this video, it helps me. Believe it or not. Just for all you haters out there, because I know there's some haters that lurk in the shadows and they like to be like, oh, thumbs down. Forget you, Curry. We don't like your live streams. Even when you leave me a thumbs down, it actually helps me. So your hate fuels me. Now, I would prefer you hit the thumbs up. I would like to think that I'm being helpful and making some folks some money out there. And we're having a good time with some infotainment on these NBA player props over on PrizePicks. But if you feel absolutely led to hit the thumbs down, I ain't mad at you, Sometimes it's like that, right? You're angry inside. You're hostile and you want to let it out on me, the guy that's trying to help everyone. I get it, okay? I get it. Man. Aaron Rodgers, big game this weekend. Yeah, Rodgers, what are you doing in here? What are you doing, Aaron? Shouldn't you be getting ready for the game for Green Bay and whoever your opponent's going to be? San Francisco, right? I think Green Bay and San Francisco are going to be playing in Green Bay. George, what's happening to you? Wes, we said our hellos to you. Bruno, Let's go, Curry. It's money time. Absolutely. Stunner, what's good to you, my man? Diedrich's back up in the building. Love to see it. Yayo Peso, let's get paid today. Yatil's up in here. Yatil took a little break, but he's back. Love to see it. Spliff King's back up in the building. Love it. Love it. David's back up in here. Kyle, using my promo for that pairing. Let's get it. See, Chav says it's Bobby P Day. He's liking some Bobby Portis. Ken Man, already dropping some picks. Busy time. Love it. Donato Lombardi, new on the channel, man. Love the content. How are we feeling about Embiid now that Williams is out? Oh, I don't know. That Robert Williams, how are we feeling about Embiid with Robert Williams out? I don't think Embiid and Williams are playing each other today. Pending we're talking about the same Williams. Trigger Trey recording. Love that, man. Shiba's new year, new crypto token. Let's go. All right, cool. You're on some crypto stuff. Brandon, what's happening? All right. Enough of the hellos, guys. Hello to everybody out there. You know I love you, right? Everybody who joins, everybody who supports, love it, love it, love it. So let's go through these games, like one by one, game by game. And, we'll try and like zero in, focus in on like the games in chronological order. Because like I said, the first game tips off here in about an hour and 14 minutes. About an hour and 14 minutes. And that game is between the New Orleans Pelicans and the Boston Celtics. So we're going to be taking a look at points, rebounds, assists, fantasy score, three-point make, free throws made over on PrizePicks. If you don't play on PrizePicks yet, it's the only way that I play daily fantasy sports anymore, folks. You get a 100% instant deposit match right now, too. The first time you deposit on PrizePicks, they're going to double your first deposit, meaning dollar for dollar, all the way up to $100, you'll get an instant deposit match. Using promo code Curry. You see it floating above my head. There's a link down in the description below, no matter which way you go. You use my promo code, you get double your first deposit, making your first entry completely risk-free. So 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, New Orleans Pelicans at the Boston Celtics, 213 implied point total. The spread, 5.5 points. And you guys are saying that Robert the Time Lord Williams has been ruled out. Now, one of my favorite spots to go for news is Underdog Fantasy. If you don't follow them on Twitter, check them out in terms of like the quickest, the most accurate, late breaking news. I think Underdog Fantasy is the way to go. So there's a lot of key news to watch for. I do see here where Robert Williams, for personal reasons, was ruled out at 10:37 a.m. So no Robert Williams. Also out for New Orleans, I can confirm Zion Williamson and Kira Lewis are both going to be out. And Marcus Smart is already ruled out for Boston. So a decent total here at 213 with a 5.5 point spread. So with Robert Williams out, who do we think slides in at center? Maybe it's Al Horford and then they bring in, somebody off the bench. I'm not sure what the starting lineup's going to be. Let's refresh this page here. Maybe it updated. All right, there we go. We have a new projected starting lineup for Boston. So they've got Al Horford starting at center, Grant Williams at power forward, Jason Tatum, Jaylen Brown, and Dennis Schroeder. And the total has now come down to 212.5 with a 5-point spread. So this game does not look like it's going to be one that blows out. It does not look like one that's going to be a high-scoring game either. So I don't know how to feel about this one. But let's go ahead and take a look at some player props. Like I said, today's video is going to be a little bit different. Usually what I do is kind of go through, we kind of cherry pick different picks throughout the day, but I want to kind of go in chronological order here and maybe build some entries together in real time. So let's gather our energies, focus our energies here on this New Orleans and Boston game first, and then we'll move to the next game that's scheduled for today's slate. Could be fun. So what are we liking from this game? Well, one way that we can kind of narrow down what we like, what we don't like from this game is using this handy dandy little chart here. It's completely free. It's part of Fantasy Pros. It's just a defense versus position chart. So it's going to show you how defenses stack up against the point guards, the shooting guards, the small forwards, the power forwards, and the centers. You're going to be able to see over the last 30 games, 15 games, 7 games, how many points, rebounds, assists, three-point makes, fantasy points that these different defenses give up to different players. So let's start things off here. We're looking at the last 7 games, the most recent sample size that you can get. Let's go to the points column. Now, right off the bat here, this is standing out to me. Boston's giving up over 28 points per game to opposing point guards. So immediately that would put guys like Devontae Graham, Josh Hart in play for us, right? Boston giving up the first most points in the last 7 games to the point guard position. Dennis Schroeder's in. Marcus Smart's out. So I think the matchup gets even better here. I don't think that Schroeder's a better defender than Marcus Smart. I just don't. So I think we should definitely be looking at some points here for either Josh Hart or Devontae Graham. Now, who do we trust more out of this backcourt? Because it's going to be kind of difficult, right? Josh Hart, more often than not, is the better scoring option when it comes to points. Devontae Graham, not so good. Not so good. So for me, I'd probably have to lean Josh Hart here against Boston. Again, the team giving up over 28 real-life points per game to the point guard position. Now, just for fun, I also like to look at the other guard spot, shooting guard in this case. Boston giving up just 16.9. We'll call it 17 points per game, which is the second fewest to shooting guards. So let's hope Josh Hart is more of that point guard role and Devontae Graham is more of that shooting guard role, and that Josh Hart will benefit from playing point here. So this is looking like a good play for me so far, just based on the matchups. That's all we've looked at is the matchups. Boston giving up over 28 points per game to point guards over the last 7 games. No Marcus Smart, Dennis Schroeder instead. I think it becomes an easier matchup here for Josh Hart. 13.5 points. All right. So it's looking pretty good. Last 5 games, he's covered this in 80% of his games. Let's go ahead and pull up a projection for Josh Hart here. Josh Hart projected for 13.6 points. We're looking at 3 different books here. 3 different sites have him as a slight favorite to go over 13.5 points. So that bodes well. Now, it's going to probably be a sweat. You could see the games here in his game logs, 15, 14, 14. He comes really close to missing that 13.5 point prop. I mean, he does have 21 point upside. You can see what he did against Minnesota. Minnesota, he drops 21 points. Let's look at the matchup against the Timberwolves, okay? Timberwolves giving up, 20 points per game to the point guard position. So they're a lot tougher defense than Boston when it comes to defending point guards. Let's look at the shooting guard spot and see how many points they're giving up to shooting guards. About 20. All right. So you can see he had 21 points against Minnesota, much tougher defense. Hopefully this matchup against Boston is a good one. What are you guys thinking about Josh Hart over points so far? Josh Hart over points. I don't mind taking him in a full game format because this game does not look, at least on paper, does not look like it's going to be a blowout. You guys are liking it? Yeah. I think this makes for a solid option here. Let's look at some of the other matchups though. So we're going to keep Josh Hart on our radar at 13.5 points, taking the over. Pretty high hit rate, much higher hit rate than his backcourt mate Devontae Graham, right? What else do we like here? Let's see. New Orleans, they're giving up about 23 points per game to opposing point guards. Do we like Dennis Schroeder at 13.5 points? I don't know. I mean, the game logs for him are pretty ugly. You got 6 points, 5 points, 1 point, 1 point against Philadelphia. But then he's got games of 23 and 16. For me, I probably don't want to go there. Let's take a look at the shooting guard position. Let's try to find a pick that we could go Boston with. Now, New Orleans has given up about 24.5 points per game to opposing shooting guards. That puts them as the, eighth most over the last 7 games. So for me, Jaylen Brown, hello, sir. How are you? Coming off of 2 games, back-to-back games, where he's had pretty bad performances. 21 against Philadelphia and 19 against Chicago. Now, that might sound pretty good. But for Jaylen Brown, I think those are below average, subpar performances. And going up against the New Orleans Pelicans, they're giving up, like I said, nearly 25 points per game. I think this could be a good spot potentially for Jaylen Brown to get right. If you're looking to take an over, maybe this is a guy worth considering in the points column. Let's go ahead and type his name in here. I got him projected for 25.6 points. Now, we are seeing him at 24.5 points on two different sports books, which is a point higher than where he's at on PrizePicks at just 23.5. So I'm kind of thinking that maybe Jaylen Brown over 23.5 points in this matchup, a game that looks like it's going to kind of stay close, may not be so bad. May not be bad. What are you guys thinking? Jaylen Brown, possibly over 23.5 points. We know he can get hot. We know he can light it up. Well, if you want even more context here, we can go Jaylen Brown versus Pelicans game logs. Just kind of get an idea of how he's done. He had 25 against New Orleans the last time they met, which was February 21st, 2021. So about 1 year ago. Now we look at some of these other games. 20, 13, 19, 16, 0, and 8. Not great. Not great. So he's only went over 23.5 against New Orleans once. Once in his career. Now some of these game logs are from like 2016, 2017, 2018. That was quite a long time ago. So we can kind of maybe throw those out at this point. I don't know. It's looking like a good matchup to me. It's looking like a good matchup. I think I'm willing to take a shot potentially on Jaylen Brown. Let's just go through some of these other positions here. Small forward position. Obviously, we've got two very good small forwards on both sides of the ball. Jason Tatum, Brandon Ingram. Both of them could be in play here. Scrolling through, small forwards, Boston giving up just 17.4 points per game to opposing small forwards. Not great for Brandon Ingram. And then New Orleans giving up about 20.5. So that could be also a difficult matchup for Jason Tatum. So I'm probably going to stay off of both of these guys in terms of taking their points props, taking the overs on their points props. One bit of value that might have opened up here, we talked about Robert Williams being out for Boston, which means Al Horford will probably slide in at the center position. We'll see some Enes Freedom off the bench. It still sounds weird to say. For the Boston Celtics, Boston in their last 7 games given up about 22.2 points per game to opposing centers. So what do we think about maybe going Jonas Valanciunas over 16.5 points against a Boston Celtics front court that's going to be a little bit thin without Robert Williams. Al Horford, pretty good defender. Let's look at Jonas Valanciunas versus Al Horford logs. All right. You kind of get an idea here of how Jonas Valanciunas has done throughout his career versus big Al Horford. He's at 16.5 points, meaning he needs 17 points to cover this prop. How many times has he done this against Al Horford? 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. All right. Now, this is all the way back in 2013, 2014, 2016, 2017. All right, so he hasn't covered 16.5 points since 2017 when facing Al Horford. Could be a tough task for Joe Val. All right, so if you're thinking about going there because Robert Williams is out, maybe you think it's an easier matchup against Al Horford, I would say think twice, pause. Anthony Taylor, what's happening, man? He's leaving the rocket ships up in here. Love it, man. Love the energy you guys are bringing this morning. So far, like I was saying, Josh Hart's looking like a strong play to me. Just something about this just feels like a spot for Jaylen Brown against this New Orleans Pelicans backcourt. I don't know. I could be wrong. But it's feeling good. Let's talk about some of the other props that are up on the board from this game. Like I said, I want to go game by game here. And I want to try to build a couple entries with you guys. Game by game. Do it a little bit different on today's show because we've got basketball games all damn day, guys. All game long. So I can't do the same format that I would do when the games tip off at 7 o'clock. We got to switch it up here. We got to think on our feet and be quick with it. Game starts in about an hour. So let's take a look at the various rebounders, the rebound props from this game. Are any of these teams standing out in terms of a plus rebound matchup? Do we want to go over rebounds on any of these games? Or any of these teams, rather. Boston and New Orleans. Boston giving up about 7.3 rebounds per game to small forwards. Let's just do it like this. Boston, let's see, 14.4 rebounds per game to centers. Not bad. You see the matchup here for power forwards, a lot more difficult. Small forwards, decent. Rebounds for shooting guards, not great. Point guards, not great. So I'm not looking to target any overs on the rebounds for point guards or shooting guards against Boston. The one that probably stood out the most would probably be the center position. Boston giving up a fair amount of rebounds. So maybe if you want to take Jonas Valanciunas, maybe take his rebounds instead of his points. He's been rebounding pretty well here over the last 5 games. He's covered 11 rebounds in 3 out of 5, 60% hit rate. Let's go back to those game logs. Rebounds at 11. How many times has he covered this against Al Horford? Once. The last time they met, he covered against Al Horford. Here, he's got exactly 11. We'll count that. We'll say 2 times. 3, 4. So he struggles, man. It's not going to be an easy matchup. Historically, it looks like he has had a hard time going up against Al Horford. So I think I'm going to be off of Jonas Valanciunas. I think I'm going to be off of Joe Val today. What about Al Horford at 5.5 rebounds, though? Without Robert Williams in. What do we think about that? Let's take a look. Al Horford rebounds without Robert Williams logs. Does he get a bump up without Robert Williams in? I just want to focus on this season. So we go back to 10-30-21, the first game in the game log without Robert Williams. He has 8 boards, which is a clear over. 13, 18, 10, 8. So far we are 5 for 5. He has 4 here, so he falls short. I'm sorry, I'm looking at points. Let me back it up. Shoot. 10 rebounds, so that's a cover. 1 for 1, 2 for 2, 2 for 3, 3 for 4, 3 for 5, 3 for 6, 4 for 7, and 5 for 8. Not terrible. 5 out of 8 games. He has covered 5.5 boards without Robert Williams. It could be worth a shot. I think it could be worth a shot. New Orleans, let's go take a look and see how many boards they're giving up to opposing centers. 14 per game, and we need just 6 out of Al Horford. I think he's in play. What do you guys think? Escobar Cruz. You're liking some Jaylen Brown over 3-pointers. I think that could be a good look. JT Lucas says, hit that like button, guys. Yes, I appreciate you reminding the fine folks who are watching to hit the like button. I don't know how long I'm going to be here today. I'm going to be here a minute, though. I'm going to be here a minute. I'm going to try and do, some entries with you guys here in live format. So Al Horford over 5.5 boards seems doable. Like I said, 5 out of 8 games this season without Robert Williams, he is covered. I like that. And I don't think the matchup's terrible here. New Orleans giving up over 14 rebounds per game to opposing centers. Oh no, they bumped Al Horford up. Son of a gun. Say it ain't so. Oh man, he's at 7.5 now. And Jason Tatum's up to 8. Oh, I got to get off of it then. I can't do it. I can't do Al Horford at 7.5 boards. I don't think I can. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 out of 8. Do we still want to go there at 7.5 boards? I don't know. I don't know that I love it as much at 7.5. At 5.5, I was really all in on it. At 5.5, I was definitely in on it. Now, you guys are talking about Jason Tatum's rebounds at 8. Let's take a look at Jason Tatum's rebounds without Robert Williams and see what happens here. Tatum rebounds without Robert Williams game logs. We're just going to look at this season only. 15. That's a cover. 9. That's a cover. 11. That's a cover. 8's a push. 8's a push. 12's a cover. 7 comes up short. And 9. That is a cover as well. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 7 out of 8 games, he's had at least 8 rebounds or more without Robert Williams in the lineup. That's a pretty darn good number. That's one that I'm willing to take a shot on, I think. Now we're looking at the small forward position, or maybe Tatum plays a little bit of power forward. We'll look at both. How about that? I think that's fair. Looking at the New Orleans Pelicans here, in terms of rebounds allowed to opposing small forwards, they do a pretty good job holding them to around 6 rebounds per game. That's the 4th fewest in the last 7 games. So difficult matchup for small forwards and rebounding. We go to the power forward position. We go find the New Orleans Pelicans there. They're giving up about 10.3 rebounds, so it gets a little bit easier for him there. So both he and Grant Williams will be at the forward spots, small forward, power forward, respectively. So that's why I like looking at both small forward and power forward and seeing how many rebounds New Orleans is giving up. A lot easier if you're a power forward, all right? But loving the hit rates on Jason Tatum. Loving that. Let's refresh, make sure we have the latest projections pulled in to the action projection tool. We'll head over to the rebound category. Let's see what they got Tatum projected for. 8.7 boards. 8.7 boards. He's pulled in at least 8 rebounds in 7 out of 8 games without Robert Williams this season. And Marcus Smart's out of there. So that might help him too. Now at 8.5 boards, he is a betting favorite at the moment. Minus 140 to go under 8.5. Minus 125 to go under 8.5. So he might be worth taking a shot on. So far, I think we're kind of liking maybe Jason Tatum over on boards, Josh Hart over on points from this first game. We're getting in the weeds, guys. Yeah, we're going to do same game parlays. Exactly, Leroy. We're going to build some same game parlays. A little different format in today's show. Like I said, different NBA schedule. We're going to pivot a little bit. We're going to try to build some entries together that will hopefully lead to some wins. All right? We won't do all the games. We're just going to do the early games that are like, I don't know, maybe 6 p.m. and earlier. We'll just look at those today. Herbert Jones over 10.5 what? Points? You're liking Herbert Jones over 10.5 points? Why? Because he's covered in 5 straight games? I can definitely see why you're liking this one. Herbert Jones over 10.5 points, 5 for his last 5 games at covering this prop. Let's go take a look at the matchup, though. So he's going to be your power forward today. He's going to be matched up with the likes of either Jason Tatum or Grant Williams from the looks of things. Projected. Not quite sure what the starting lineup will be for Boston. But Herbert Jones, if he is matched up here against Grant Williams or Jason Tatum, I can tell you this, Boston giving up just 17 points per game. That's the 4th fewest. Now, it sounds like a lot when you compare it to the 10.5, the 11 points that Herbert Jones needs, but that's not to say that Herbert Jones will receive every one of those 17 points, that he will score all those points. He's got a pretty good hit rate, but the matchup on paper looks to be difficult against Boston. So when will it come to an end? When will everything come crashing down for Herbert Jones? Could be today. We look at the small forward position. Boston giving up just 17.4 points per game to small forwards. So both Herbert Jones and Brandon Ingram in a difficult matchup today. Boston been pretty stingy. Their front court guarding small forwards, power forwards, doing a pretty good job. Doing a pretty good job. I'm not here to scare you off the play. I'm just here to raise awareness that the matchup on paper doesn't look to be so easy. Herbert Jones projected for 10.7 points. If you want to take the over on him, that looks like what the public is doing out on your favorite sports books. Minus 125, minus 126, betting favorite to go over 10.5 points. What do you guys want to do? You want to build a 5-pick? Do you guys want to build a same game parlay 5-pick or like a 2-pick? Could be interesting. Something we can, all have some skin in the game on. In other words, build an entry together, like a community pick, a YouTube live stream pick for this game. And then we could sweat it out together. What do you guys think? I don't really like taking a whole lot of assist props. I just don't. Somebody mentioned 3-point makes for Jaylen Brown. I don't see him up on the PrizePicks board right now, but we could take a look at the matchup for you. Jason Tatum is up on the board. New Orleans Pelicans giving up about 2.95. So let's call it 3-point makes to opposing small forwards. Not bad number. Decent matchup there. New Orleans against power forwards giving up 2.76 3-point makes versus power forwards. So no matter if you consider Tatum to be small forward, power forward, they're giving up nearly 3 3-point makes to either forward spot. So I think Jason Tatum at 2.5 3-point makes might be in play here. Plus, you know me, he's coming off of a couple of games here where he struggled to hit this prop. 2 against Philly, 1 against Chicago. Just feels like one of those games where maybe he's ready for a bounce back. And the matchup's looking pretty good here against New Orleans. So you asked about Jaylen Brown. Let's go look at the shooting guard spot. How many threes per game has New Orleans given up in the last 7 games to shooting guards? 3.3. So I don't know what Jaylen Brown's 3-point prop is at. But if he's at like 2.5, I think you could take a shot going over on the 2.5 3-point makes. Let's pull up some projections for both Tatum and Brown. Got Tatum projected for 3 3-point makes, but he is a betting favorite right now. Minus 135 to go under 2.5 3-point makes. So there's Tatum, projected to go over. Brown, it looks like he's at 2.5 3-point makes, projected for 3.1. So if you can take Jaylen Brown's 3-point makes somewhere, I think he makes for a decent play too. Yeah, I tend to lean more towards the 2 picks. I mean, maybe we can make a couple of different 2 picks. You guys are talking about liking 4 picks. 4 picks. Now, if I'm doing a 4 pick, I'm sorry, but I'm a flexer on a 4 pick. If you want a 4 pick a power play, you do you. I ain't going to tell you how to play them as far as power or flex. That is up to your own personal preference. I know some of you guys like to chase the big 10x prizes. Those are damn hard to hit. They're very hard to hit. So what I like to do is, if I'm going to play a 5 pick, I'm also going to flank that 5 pick with a 2 pick power play. So for example, say I'm liking Jason Tatum at 8 rebounds. Say I'm liking Josh Hart, Herbert Jones over points. Who else do I want to add to this? I talked about maybe liking some Jaylen Brown over points today in this matchup. So we need like another one here. Al Horford, 7.5 rebounds. Not loving that so much. Not loving that so much. Jason Tatum's 3-point makes also in play, but obviously you guys know you can only take one guy out of the entry, or one player prop per guy per entry, right? So we need another. If you guys want to do a 5 pick, we need one more solid pick here. You know, something we haven't talked about is fantasy points, and I think we should give it a little bit of talk, a little bit of chatter here. Let's go to the point guard position and see how many fantasy points both of these teams are giving up. Boston giving up about 48.6 fantasy points. So we already talked about liking Josh Hart's points. He's covered his points prop in 4 out of 5 games. What about his fantasy score? Do we like Josh Hart's fantasy score more? The hit rate's actually kind of lower. It's actually lower for his fantasy points than his real life points. You guys are liking Brandon Ingram's assists. Seeing a lot of love for Brandon Ingram's assists. Interesting. Cliff's mentioning Jonas Valanciunas under fantasy points. Look, that might not be a bad move. We were talking about Joe Val versus Al Horford. Historically, has not been great. Hasn't been great. Everybody's firing up, pumping up Brandon Ingram's assists. Let's go look at BI real quick. He's at 4.5 assists. He has gone over in 4 out of 5 games. Are you guys just in love with the game logs here? Or do you think with the more difficult matchup that we saw earlier, where Boston's been clamping down both small forwards and power forwards, that maybe Brandon Ingram's going to have to pass the ball a little bit more? Hopefully he passes to Josh Hart, and Josh Hart scores a lot of buckets for us if we're going to take the over on Josh Hart's points. Let's look at the small forward position. We'll go to assists. Boston, they're giving up about 3.93 assists per game. Let's call it 4 assists per game. So the averages, not looking great. It's lower than what we need him to get. Let's look at the power forward spot. Boston giving up 2.7 assists, which is a very difficult matchup. I don't know, man. What are you guys thinking on this Ingram assist prop? Like it doesn't look great here on paper. It doesn't look great. Got him projected for 5.3. At 4.5 assists, he is a betting favorite to go over on 3 different sites, 3 different books, minus 140 odds. Scooby, we're just sticking to the Boston-New Orleans game. We want to build a same game parlay. Same game parlay. Hugo says, BI has been a good playmaker recently. So you're thinking that maybe even despite what looks like a difficult matchup on paper, that we think Brandon Ingram can exceed 4.5 assists? So if we wanted to go all overs here, what are you guys thinking about that? Who lets us down here? Who is the Judas among this 5 pick? Jason Tatum over 8 rebounds. Josh Hart over 13.5 points. Herbert Jones over 10.5 points. Jaylen Brown over 23.5 points. Brandon Ingram over 4.5 assists. You think it's going to be Herbert Jones? Some folks are saying under on Brandon Ingram's assists. You think Jaylen Brown is going to be the one to take us down, huh? Craig is saying Jason Tatum has taken over a playmaker role since Marcus Smart has gone down. So I'm seeing a lot of you think Jaylen Brown will sell. Really? That is interesting. Interesting. Ingram. The 4-pick power play is the same payout, yes, but it is not the same if you miss one of your picks. If you have a 4-pick power play and you miss one, you lose all your money. If you do a 5-pick flex play and you miss one, you get at least a double up when you miss a pick. So Michael's saying he would take Herbert Jones over 10.5 points out, and he would do Jonas Valanciunas over on rebounds. Interesting. I'm just looking at Jaylen Brown here, folks, and I'm just thinking 2 kind of subpar games in a row for Jaylen Brown. And then he finally gets a matchup here against a New Orleans Pelicans team giving up nearly 24.5 points per game. I'm just thinking like this might be a good game for Jaylen Brown to bounce back. You know me, I like taking props when guys have failed us basically for back-to-back games. You're saying Jaylen Brown over on points is going to be the seller. Escobar, you're liking Tatum over points, rebounds, and assists, which means maybe his fantasy points should be in play as well. Interesting. Check Graham under first half fantasy points. Yep, King United, he says buy low, sell high is how I like to play too. This seems like a good buy low opportunity on Jaylen Brown. That's why I'm kind of looking at it. Jaylen Brown's rebounds without, Let's just clear out our little entry here. Jaylen Brown's rebounds without Robert Williams. We could look at it. From this season, not great. 6, 5, 4, 3, 5, 11. He's covered this number 1 time. 1 time without Robert Williams. Gonna have to be off on that one. Either that or you're looking to take the under. Fade it or take the under. Yeah, we're gonna do a same game parlay. Then we're gonna move on to the next game, which is the Charlotte Hornets and New York Knicks. So this New Orleans Boston game tips off in like 50 minutes. George, you're liking Jaylen Brown over fantasy score. Yeah, let's look at fantasy score a little bit more. We didn't really give it a good, thorough look here. We'll start at the point guard position and look and see how both of these teams do against opposing point guards. So Boston giving up about 48.6 fantasy points per game to opposing point guards. Not bad. New Orleans, they're giving up about 48 as well. So I think both point guard options are in play. Now, it's always tricky. Who's the point guard for New Orleans? Who's the shooting guard? It seems like Josh Hart does more of the scoring. Seems like Devontae Graham does more of the assisting. So I don't think the fantasy points for either of these teams targeting the overs on some point guards is a bad look. Let's go to the shooting guard position. New Orleans giving up about 41.7 fantasy points per game over the last 7 games to shooting guards. We go down and look at Boston. They're giving up just 33.5 fantasy points, the third fewest. So this looks like a really difficult matchup in terms of fantasy points and shooting guards. So I do not want to take any fantasy point props from the New Orleans side for shooting guards. But again, who's the shooting guard for New Orleans? Is it Devontae Graham? Is he going to have the bad game and Josh Hart's going to have the good game? That's always the tricky part with these New Orleans Pelicans. Looking at the small forward spot here, we're going to just continue to look at these fantasy points real quick. Boston giving up just 37 fantasy points per game to opposing small forwards. That's not very good. That's the 8th fewest. New Orleans right behind them, giving up just 38.7 fantasy points per game to opposing small forwards, which is like the 12th fewest. So very difficult matchups for the small forwards today. That's why I'm not looking to take Tatum points. I'm not looking to take Brandon Ingram's points or fantasy points from the looks of things. Looking at the power forward position, got to go find the Denver Nuggets and Pelicans, or Denver Nuggets, the Pelicans and the Celtics. I don't know why I keep calling the Pelicans the Nuggets. Pelicans giving up about 43.6 fantasy points per game to power forwards. Again, down toward the bottom of the list here. And then you got Boston giving up 37 to power forwards. Second fewest. Very difficult matchup. Boston's a pretty good team here defensively. And then finally the center spot in terms of fantasy points. Boston giving up 51.8, which sounds like a lot, but it does kind of put them toward the bottom of the pack over the last 7 games. New Orleans giving up just slightly more, 52.5. Donato, that is up to you, my friend. Bankroll management is key. Never go all in. Only bet what you're okay with losing. So however much you want to put down, that is up to you, man. Totally up to you. We'll do a 5-pick from this game, a same game parlay 5-pick, and then we'll also do a 2-pick. I'll take like the two of the picks out of the 5 that we try to agree on. Listen, I know it's going to be like agreeing on pizza toppings. Not everybody's going to like pepperonis. Not everybody's going to like mushrooms, okay? And the most controversial pizza topping, pineapple. Not everybody wants pineapple on their pizza either. But I like some pineapple on my pizza. So it's going to be hard for us to all agree on a 5-pick, right? But I think I want to go Josh Hart, man. I think I do. Is there anybody that opposes Josh Hart over 13.5 points? Let me know. Are you hating Josh Hart? Tony does not like pineapple on his pizza, for the record. Seeing some love for Josh Hart. Not seeing a lot of hate for Josh Hart over 13.5 points. Denzel, you're liking either Josh Hart points or assists. We're going to start right here with Josh Hart. Points or assists. We have looked at the shooting guard defense for Boston. It's tough. 16.9 points per game allowed over the last 7 games to opposing shooting guards. But we're not sure what position Josh Hart freaking plays. Is he the point guard, the shooting guard? You guys are saying he's the small forward and Brandon Ingram's the shooting guard. Why do I like Hart to go over? Well, if we think Josh Hart is a point guard, somebody's going to benefit here. Okay? Whoever the hell you want to call the point guard, Boston gives up 28.4 points per game over the last 7 games to point guards. Who's the point guard for New Orleans? Answer that. Who's the point guard for the New Orleans Pelicans? Who do we think benefits the most from this matchup here? Point guards against Boston, 28.4 points per game. This is the puzzle, okay? This is the conundrum that we need to figure out. You're saying Hart. But listen, we know the NBA is positionless, right? It's a positionless, more and more positionless type of game. I'm thinking Brandon Ingram or Josh Hart would probably benefit the most. I kind of agree with you. Brandon Ingram's at 21.5 points. He is covered in 5 straight games. Will he cover again today? Let's look. Brandon Ingram versus Celtics logs. I just want to see how he's done historically against the Celtics. 21.5 points. He has covered this in the last 2 games against Boston. Prior to that, he was 0 for however many games. He had never covered 21.5 points prior to the last 2 games versus Boston. He had 33 against Boston February 21st of last year. And then on March 29th against Boston, he had 25 points. We know he's going to get more shots up than anybody else on New Orleans, right? We can agree on that anyway. Are we looking to fade Brandon Ingram's points at 21.5 and go with his assist? You guys trust the assist more than the points? His points projection's 24.2. Now, I will mention that he is at 22.5 points on every sports book out there, so he is a point lower here on PrizePicks at 21.5. Is there a reason why you guys are wanting to go first half in a game that looks like it's going to stay close? Yes, I agree. This should be a slow-paced game, which is kind of baked into what you see in the totals from this game. If this game had a total of 220, 230 points, it would probably be because these two teams play at a high pace. I'm thinking I like the whole game more too. I don't think it looks like, at least on paper, for a game that is going to blow out. And Ingram's just been showing fantastic form lately. I mean, he had 32 against Golden State. We know Golden State's a tough team, right? 22, 33, 24, and 22. So he's shown a floor over his last 5 games of 22 points. That's a floor for him. He's shown a ceiling of 33 points, 33-point upside here. I mean, 22-point floor over the last 5 games, 33-point ceiling over the last 5. So again, he's projected for 24.2. He's covered against Boston in the last 2 games, 33 and 25. At least we know that Brandon Ingram is going to shoot, right? He's going to shoot the basketball. Let's look at Josh Hart. Last 2 games against Boston, 17 and 15. He also had 15 rebounds and 10 rebounds in his last 2 games against Boston. I just think Boston's backcourt is going to be a little more weak, a little more vulnerable without Marcus Smart in there. Maybe Josh Hart benefits. Well, like I said, guys, we're not all going to agree, right? We're not all going to agree on a 5-pick entry. We're not. We're just not. You guys are ready to move on to the next game? 41 minutes, and this first game tips off. Some of these assist props could be in play. You guys keep talking about Brandon Ingram's assists. He's more and more of a playmaker. You're liking his assists more than his points. I think there's just so many question marks with New Orleans for me, with Graham, Hart, and Ingram. But like I said, somebody's going to benefit here. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take Josh Hart. I just have a feeling that Jaylen Brown, I could be wrong, but I'm going to buy low on Jaylen Brown here at 21 points against Philly, 19 against Chicago. If he's going to get right, maybe it's against New Orleans. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before. But I'm going to go Hart, and I'm going to go Brown. Okay? Brandon Ingram, you guys are liking his assists. I'm going to ride with you guys. We'll take Brandon Ingram over 4.5 assists. I thought Jason Tatum, 7 out of 8 games, he's had 8 or more rebounds without Robert Williams, looked worthy of making my 5 pick. Let's go with Jason Tatum. And we need one more prop. What's it going to be? Do we like Schroeder's assists? Not really. Somebody said Jonas Valanciunas under fantasy points earlier. And I think we looked at him against Al Horford. He had struggled. Let's take a look at Joe Val's fantasy points. I got him projected for 32, guys. Just kidding. That's JaVale McGee. Let's pull up the right thing here. Boom. 12 games. Valanciunas. Well, I got him at 39.9, so that's a slight favorite to go over. So I don't know that I feel great about going under on Jonas Valanciunas. What about Jonas Valanciunas under 16.5 points? YOLO. Now, I'm not putting a ton of money on this. $10. Fire away. If I win, it's 100. There you go. If you want to tail this, you can. If you don't, that's okay too. Let's go with it. Joe Val versus Horford historically has not been very good. YOLO. There it is. First entry in the books. You guys are ready to move on to the next game? Let's go. Let's move on to the next game. If you guys want to take 2 picks, I said I wanted to take 2 out of these 5, right? And I wanted to put it in something. So out of these 2 picks, or out of these 5 picks, which 2 do I want to go with the most? Well, I don't want to go with a push. I don't want to go Tatum over rebounds. Just in case it pushes. On a 2 pick, I just don't like doing anything that could potentially push. Let's ride with some bucket getters. Jaylen Brown, Josh Hart. Fire it up. We'll put $20 on it and I'll power it. All right? That's what I'm doing. You guys do what you want. We talked it out as a community, as a team. If you don't want it, don't take it. If you feel some type of way about Jaylen Brown, sounded like a lot of you guys were off of Jaylen Brown. He could sell us. He very well could. But we're gambling on, sports here. So, there you go. What's up, Bearded Gator? Thanks for joining, man. Parker Venus hit $710 in winnings last night. All right. Moving on. You guys are ready to talk about the next game. Weird slate today. Lots of games to talk about. The next game that I have on the board here is 1 p.m. tip-off. Charlotte Hornets at New York Knicks. 217 points. 1 point spread. So another one of these games where it's not going to be super high scoring. 212 points, 212 and a half points from that first game. This game here, 217 points with a 1 point spread. Out for Charlotte, Carey Jr. and Oubre. For New York, Reddish, Noel, Rose all out. Kemba Walker, game time decision. What are you guys liking from this game, my friends? Looking at the news here, I want to try to get the most recent news from both of these. Let's see. I've got Kemba Walker ruled out. Nerlens Noel ruled out. Cam Reddish injured. Derrick Rose injured. Solomon Hill injured. For Charlotte, I've got Kelly Oubre out. Michael, what we just went over is what, a lot of the picks that we looked at and kind of decided on. So we went Joe Val under 16.5 points versus Horford. Tough matchup. Jason Tatum over 8 rebounds. Ingram over 4.5 assists. Jaylen Brown over 23.5 points. I'm buying low on Jaylen Brown. Josh Hart over 13.5 points. And then I just rode with a 2-pick play here. Jaylen Brown over 23.5. Josh Hart over 13.5 points. All right. That's what we did. Well, that's what I did. Was David's super chat in reference to this game? I've already forgotten what the super chat even was. That's part of the problem when you leave them early like that. I forget. Let me see if I can scroll back up. What was that super chat? I can't even get back up to it to see it. What was the super chat again? I told you guys I'd forget. Hayward over points. We were talking about Gordon Hayward over points. So he's at 15.5. We look at the last 5 games. He's gone over 3 out of 5. That's a 60% hit rate. 18 points per game over the last 5 games. Going up against New York. So not a lot of injury news here for the Hornets. Biggest one being Kelly Oubre. I just want to look at Gordon Hayward historically here versus the Knicks. Since joining the Hornets against the New York Knicks, he has had 34 and 22 points respectively against New York. So that's a good start, right? 34 points, 22 points. He needs just 16 points today against the Knicks. So we're off to a good start already. Historically, since joining the Hornets, has done a great job. As recently as November 12th of last year, which is this season, he had 22 points in 38 minutes against the Knicks. Let's look at the matchup here. Can we agree on Gordon Hayward as the small forward? You got LaMelo Ball, Terry Rozier in the backcourt. I think Hayward's your small forward, right? Looking at this matchup against the Knicks. New York giving up 17.1 points per game. What the heck happened? They just pulled the Hornets off the board. Oh, boy. Do we have some breaking injury news here? Ball's questionable. That's why they probably pulled everybody off the board. Oh, no. Dang it. Well, wondering when we're going to get those guys back now. Shoot. Well, that screws things up. All right, let's say LaMelo Ball is out. Gordon Hayward points without LaMelo Ball logs. Let's just look at this season. How many times has he covered 15.5 points without LaMelo Ball this season? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 out of 6. So, yeah. If we get Gordon Hayward back up at 15.5, then I think, especially without LaMelo Ball, I think he's in play. Gordon Hayward over 15.5 without LaMelo Ball would definitely be in play. Like I said, this season, he's covered every single time except for one game, and that was against Philadelphia. So 5 out of 6. So that looks pretty good. Let's pull a projection up on Gordon Hayward in case we do get him back in time. Projected for 19.5 points. He is at 16.5 points out on 4 different sports books. At 16.5 points, a betting favorite to go over 16.5. Probably will be a little bit higher. Probably will be up at 16.5, I would imagine. They will probably be in line here with the rest of these sports books if they post him back up. I would imagine he does get posted back up, probably closer to tip. So we'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, I think I'm rocking with that Gordon Hayward prop. He's covered twice against the Knicks since joining the Hornets. He's covered his points prop 5 out of 6 times without LaMelo Ball, just in case LaMelo is ruled out. If LaMelo's out, then I think this looks like a really solid play. Matchup on paper, Knicks, 4th toughest team in points allowed to small forwards over the last 7 games. So on paper, it looks kind of tough. Got him projected for 19.5 points. And at 16.5 points across 4 different books, he is a favorite to go over. He said, PrizePicks be cheating. They've definitely got that pull all these props from this team button, don't they? They're pretty quick at yanking them things off of the board. So, yeah, LaMelo Ball has thrown a wrench in our plans here. What else do we like from this game, though? Let's move on. What else do we like from this game besides that Gordon Hayward over points prop? Let's just look at some of the matchups here. Charlotte, they're giving up over 28 points per game to opposing small forwards. So does that mean R.J. Barrett benefits? R.J. Barrett's been balling his last 3 games, 31, 32, and 26. So 3 straight games he has gone over 19.5 points. If you consider him to be the small forward for the Knicks, this matchup here against the Charlotte Hornets looks like it's a really good one here on paper. John, you're liking some RJ over points. Young O is liking RJ over points. King United is liking RJ over points. Yeah, I mean, again, if you consider RJ Barrett to be the small forward here, Charlotte's giving up the first most points over the last 7 games to the small forward position. So I think RJ Barrett would definitely be in play here. Look at the fantasy points allowed too. Charlotte also giving up over 52 fantasy points per game to small forwards. So maybe you don't like RJ Barrett's points. Let's go take a look at RJ Barrett's fantasy points. His fantasy score, 32.5. He has covered his fantasy score at a higher hit rate over the last 5 games than his actual points. 33, 42, 41, and 38. Again, Charlotte giving up the first most fantasy points per game to opposing small forwards. What's up, Chill Robots? Thanks for joining me. We're doing a little bit different format today. We're going game by game, building some same game parlays. Let's go take a look at RJ Barrett's fantasy point projection here. I've got it projected for 33.4, which is more than 32.5. So the over is definitely looking like it's in play. So for me, I'm going to keep RJ Barrett's fantasy points in. I'm going to keep that locked in. Now, another thing you could do here with StatMuse, you could go RJ Barrett FanDuel points versus Knicks logs. You should be able to do this. Game logs. Oh, no, not Knicks. Hornets. You dumb and dumb. You dumb. There we go. Fantasy score against the Hornets. Well, it's not looking very good here. He had 8.8 FanDuel points. Again, FanDuel points and PrizePicks points exactly the same. Against the Hornets the last time they met in 26 minutes. Ooh. He had 28.3 in 35 minutes against the Hornets back on January 11th, 2021. And he had 26.2. So he's never covered. He's never covered 32.5 fantasy points against the Hornets. Well, today might be the day, guys. The matchup's just looking too good with the Hornets giving up over 52. Let's just look at the shooting guard spot. See how many fantasy points they're giving up to the 2-guard spot, Charlotte. Charlotte's given up 38. So it's a lot tougher if you're a shooting guard than it is if you're a small forward. But he's the only wing player we have up on the board for fantasy points for the Knicks. So I think I'd ride with him. You guys entered LaMelo Ball last night. Ouchie, wah. Yeah, versus the Knicks. Listen, guys, I told you. I was at the Bucks game yesterday. You know what happened? Beer consumption. I had 2 tall boys, double fist and 25 ounces, 50 ounces of beer at the game. And that was after I downed a screwball to start my morning off right with some vitamin C and a beer. All right? I drank a lot yesterday. I'm still feeling dehydrated. guys got to cut me some slack, man. Your boy's eyeballs were floating yesterday. But yeah, I think I'm liking RJ Barrett over 32.5 fantasy score. That was not a normal tall. That was the 25 ouncer. That was 50 ounces of beer. And that is why I'm drinking water today. Yeah, it's time to bounce back. So yeah, RJ Barrett over fantasy points looking like a very good way to go here. What else are we liking from this game? Trying to build out another lineup here. Let's look at this one. New York Knicks giving up 26.2 points per game to opposing point guards. If LaMelo Ball is out, Terry Rozier, come on down, right? Terry Rozier against the Knicks. Knicks giving up the 5th most points per game to opposing point guards. I think Terry Rozier would definitely be in play. Looking at the Knicks versus shooting guards, just for fun here, 22.2 points allowed per game to opposing shooting guards. So yeah, I think we got to go Terry Rozier over points if LaMelo Ball is out. And I think he's in play even if LaMelo Ball is in, to be honest with you. It's looking like a pretty good matchup here against the New York Knicks. Toxic LO or low. Thank you for reminding folks to hit that like button. Toxic saying, if you know the Knicks, then you know Tibbs is going to play Randall and RJ 35 plus minutes. Yep. Caleb, you're saying Rozier better cook. I think Rozier will definitely cook. I hope we get him back up on the board, though. That LaMelo news has really taken the wind out of our sails here. Let's see. Let's see if we can identify some other spots here that are looking all right. Talked about Charlotte allowing a ton of points to the small forward spot. The Knicks not allowing so many points to the small forward spot, just 17. So that is the 4th fewest. So we talked about that possibly getting in Gordon Hayward's way. Looking at the power forward spot here, Charlotte giving up 23 points per game. So maybe that benefits Julius Randle. Julius Randle, 20.5 points. Do we trust Julius Randle in fantasy points, or do we trust him in real life points more? Well, Charlotte giving up the 4th most points per game to power forwards. They are giving up the 6th most fantasy points per game. So Randle's covered his points prop in 2 out of 5. Let's go take a look at the fantasy score here for Randle. Ooh. He's only covered this once out of his last 5 games. So maybe we take the real life points on Randle before we do his fantasy points. I got him projected for 44 fantasy points, which is like 3 fantasy points higher than where he's at today on PrizePicks. Let's take a look here. Julius Randle FanDuel points versus Hornets. Since joining the Knicks, he's covered 41.5 FanDuel points in 2 games. 2 out of his last 3, to be exact. Can we examine Mitchell Robinson? I'm not a doctor. I don't know what kind of examination you want to do. If it's physical, then no. That is my answer. No, I will not. But if you're wanting to look at Mitchell Robinson, then for sure. For sure. What are you liking about Mitchell Robinson exactly, though? Are you talking about like points, fantasy points, rebounds? I mean, a lot of different ways we could go with Mitchell Robinson. We'll go to the center position. We'll look at fantasy points allowed by the Charlotte Hornets. They're giving up 49.9 fantasy points, which puts them like in the bottom 10, 10th most difficult, somewhere around there. So it doesn't look like a great matchup. Fantasy points. So fantasy points, yeah, not looking great. I mean, they're giving up 49.9, but you look at where this ranks them. That is the 8th most difficult matchup, or 8th fewest fantasy points allowed by Charlotte to opposing centers. How many does Robinson need? 27. He's gone over in 3 straight games. We know Nerlens Noel will be out for New York. So Mitchell Robinson should get plenty of run. It's going to be going up against Mason Plumlee. Mason Plumlee. Let's take a look at Mitchell Robinson here. Got him projected for 27.2 FanDuel points, fantasy points, which, doesn't look like much of an edge versus this number that PrizePicks has him at. I mean, he's gone over in 3 straight, with Charlotte giving up nearly 50 fantasy points. That means he's going to have to accumulate over half of the fantasy points allowed. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've said before, I think PrizePicks is, I think they, maybe they look at Fantasy Labs for some of their fantasy points. It seems like some of these lines sometimes on these fantasy scores are very, very close with Fantasy Labs. So you could definitely check out Mitchell Robinson's fantasy score on a number of different sites just for a second, third, fourth opinion or projection. You're liking Mitchell Robinson over 9.5 points. He's at 9 on PrizePicks. He's covered this in 4 straight games. 4 straight games. Let's look at the points here for Robinson. I don't know if I'm going to come up with 5 picks that I love from this game right now. I'm not sure. I need to see what happens here with the Hornets once they put them back on the PrizePicks board. I got Mitchell Robinson projected for 9.3 points at 9.5 points. He is a betting favorite to go over on a number of different sites. Charlotte's giving up 26.1 real life points. For me, I think I would rather go take the over on his actual points versus his fantasy points. What are you thinking? 4 straight games he's covered his points prop, 11, 13, 19, and 14. Charlotte giving up over 26 points per game. That is the 9th most. Yeah. Caleb, I'm kind of rocking with that. All right, we'll add Mitchell Robinson to the mix. So let's go back here. We had, I think we liked R.J. Barrett's fantasy score over. We like Mitchell Robinson over 9 points. We're waiting on Terry Rozier, LaMelo Ball news. I don't know what else without the Charlotte side of this game, we can't really build any same game parlays, can we? We're going to have to wait and see on that news. Yeah, there's just not a whole lot more we can do here with this game. We'll come back to it. Maybe they'll post them up. What's the next game on the slate? After Charlotte and New York, we've got Philadelphia and Washington. Is anyone getting excited for this game? Looks like Bradley Beal might be back for this one. This game has 218 point total, 3.5 point spread. Hey, Willie, I'm moving on. Already ahead of you. Philadelphia. Danny Green is out. Matisse Thybulle injured. Shake Milton injured. Ben Simmons out. Washington, Bradley Beal is questionable. And Davis Bertans, almost called him Davis, he is available. So Philadelphia at Washington, 218 points, 3.5 point spread. What are we liking from this game? Joel Embiid, I think you definitely have to consider some Embiid. 3.5 point spread is good for me. Don't expect this game to blow out or get carried away, so that is nice. We go look at the Washington Wizards. They're giving up 23.6 points per game to the center position. Go look at the fantasy points here. They're giving up 57 fantasy points to opposing centers. So definitely got to consider some Joel Embiid. He's at 53 fantasy points. He's covered this in 4 out of 5 games, 80% hit rate. Do we like Embiid fantasy score more or real life points more? Actual points instead of fantasy points. I think we got to consider Embiid either way, though. Either way. It's looking like the fantasy score might be the way to go. I just worry about Embiid sometimes because, I don't know. He's not always engaged when it comes to rebounding the basketball. We're going to need points from him. We're going to need rebounds out of him. Let's look at Embiid. 52.4 projected fantasy points. He's got a rating of 96.2, 100 being the highest. He is a very highly rated player in this matchup. But 53.5 is very steep. That is a big number. But again, he has covered it in 4 out of his last 5 games. We could also look at the matchup here. Joel Embiid versus FanDuel points versus Wizards logs. So, in one previous matchup from this season against Washington, back on 12/26, he had 61.1 fantasy points. So that was definitely an over. Going back, though, 3/12/21 had just 38.9. He had 68.1 back almost exactly a year ago. January 6, 2021, dropped 68 fantasy points. Had 48.8 on 12/23/20 against Washington. That's not good for an over. 58.7 on August 5th. So, I mean, you could kind of get an idea here how many times he's covered. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's probably about a 50% hit rate. I ain't going to count all them games up. But last 3 games, 2 for 3. So I think Embiid could be a pretty decent matchup. This is StatMuse. If you're asking about this site here, StatMuse. You guys are wanting to stay away from Joel Embiid, huh? You're wanting to stay away from Embiid versus Washington. Okay. Who am I to tell you what to do? I'm nobody. Let's look at some of the other matchups here. Power forward points. Either one of these teams bleeding points to the power forward position. Doesn't look great. Does not look great. Philadelphia giving up at just about 17 points per game to opposing power forwards. Do you think that impacts Kyle Kuzma in any way? Washington, they are giving up, where the hell are they? 18.6 points per game. So maybe that helps Tobias Harris. Let's go take a look at his number. 17.5. Do we trust Tobias Harris points? Stay away from Embiid tonight. Everyone says stay away from Embiid. All right. Stay away from Embiid then. Cool. Well, is there anything else that you're liking from this game, folks? You don't want to touch Embiid's fantasy points. Tobias Harris, I don't know. Don't love him. I know Seth Curry's assists have been good in the past at 3.5. He's at 4.5 now. Do we think Seth Curry has a chance to cover? Let's go take a look. Point guards, assist, going up against Washington. Washington giving up about 7.6 assists per game. It looks like a difficult matchup, but we need just 5 out of Seth. Dan T says, you're delusional if you say stay away from Embiid. Don't trust those guys. They think he plays at night. Hey, I mean, listen, we're just exploring here. This is a different type of stream today, folks. I'm chilling. I'm here. I'll stay here all day long. We're just here talking some fantasy points and stuff, talking some player props. You guys are cracking the whip, telling me, hurry the hell up, move on to the next game. For what? What are we in a rush for? I'm chilling. Seth Curry, those assists have been pretty good. Tobias Harris, out of the last 5 games, 60% hit rate at 3.5 assists. I don't know, man. I don't know what I'm like really vibing with from this Philly game. They just went ahead and pulled everybody off the board. There's no Philly rebounders up right now. No Philly rebound props up. So it's got to be Philly points. Tyrese Maxey at 15.5. 2 out of 5 he's hit. Nah, not loving it. Not loving it. Yeah, why are you guys saying stay away from Embiid? I have no idea. Probably because they got burned by him the other night when he went against Boston at like 28.5 points and he had 25. Then they were probably like, oh, I'm never playing Embiid again. And then he goes and drops 32 on Miami. And they're like, man, every time I play Embiid, I take the, over. He goes under and then he ends up going over. I don't know. I don't know why they're saying stay away from Embiid. Embiid versus Washington, I mean, stay away. So you folks that are saying stay away from Embiid, are you going to take the under on Embiid? I bet you won't. I bet you won't. If you say stay away from Embiid, take the under on him. I'm just saying. I don't know if you guys will. Yeah, we're hanging out today. This is a different format, by the way. We're hanging out. We're just exploring, all right? We're chilling. I'm chilling. Way different slate today, not the same usual format. We're just doing some research live here together. Nothing to get your panties in a bunch about. But yeah, I mean, if you guys aren't liking anything else from this game, then we could definitely move on. It just sucks that they pulled, I think, some of these props off of the board because of the news. So Washington giving up about 48 fantasy points per game to point guards, 41 to shooting guards, 42 to small forwards, 46 to power forwards. Center position, they're giving up 57. They're definitely giving up the most fantasy points to the center position versus any other position. So for me, I mean, I think there's upside here for Embiid versus Washington. Curry points, for sure. Let's look at Curry points. We're talking about Seth Curry's points. 15.5 versus Washington. He's covered in 80% of his games, 4 out of 5, 18.2 points per game. Let's look at this matchup here. Washington giving up about 23 points per game. This could be a good spot. Maybe some Seth Curry over 15.5. I got him projected for 18.5, so that's 3 points higher than his 15.5 line. 15.5 across 3 different books, but he is a betting favorite to go under 15.5, minus 124, minus 125. Joaquin Portillo is saying, imagine going under on Embiid in a great matchup. I'm just saying, like, you're saying you're staying away from Embiid, but do you feel confident enough to go under on him? You're not liking the over on Embiid. So does that mean that you would be going under? So this is a very binary decision. It's either you take the over or the under on Embiid. So for the crowd that is saying, we don't want to go over on Embiid, does that mean you would take the under on him? That's all I'm asking. Betting the house on Joel Embiid under. Okay, do it. LaMelo is confirmed to be out. Thank you for the breaking news. Breaking news. LaMelo Ball is ruled out. So Terry Rozier, we talked about it earlier. As soon as they put him back up on the board, I'm in. I'm in on some Terry Rozier. ZXR Skills says, I'm not going under on Embiid. I'm just not playing him. Well, why not, man? Come on. I just think there's better plays. There's a difference between going under and just not playing them. All right. All right. Hugo says you're going to lose the house betting the under on Embiid. I get it. Listen, you don't feel comfortable going under on him, but you also don't feel comfortable going over on him. So you're just not going to play him. No problem. No problem. Let's move on to the next game. We're just chilling, by the way, guys. If you're in a hurry to like get up out of here, I understand. But we're hanging out today. We're just hanging out. Different format. We got games all day long, literally all day long. If you got to go, you got to go. Peace out. No problem. You do not have to be here. You do not have to stay. 3 p.m. this game tips off. Brooklyn Nets at the Cleveland Cavaliers. 221.5 point total. We finally get a decent total. 220 plus point total. 3-point spread. We already know Kevin Durant is going to be out. Sprained MCL for Kevin Durant. Also out, Johnson, Harris, and Millsap. We got Nick Claxton as a game time decision. Over on the Cleveland side, Rubio, Rondo, Sexton already out. We've got Stevens as a game time decision as well. All right, so 221.5 points, 3-point spread. It's going to be pretty high scoring. Looks like it's going to stay close and competitive. So you guys are wanting to talk about some props from this game. Listen, we're all on the same team here. I'm just challenging your way of thinking, all right? For the stay away from Embiid crowd. I'm just asking what you guys are thinking. Like, if you're really saying that you don't believe in Embiid going over, well, then why not take the under if you're convinced of such things? Why not take the under on Embiid then? That's it. But we're all on the same team here. We're all trying to come together, talk some player props, win some money. All right? No need to be at each other's throats. No need to be duking it out in the chat. No need to be rude to one another. All right? We're not competing against one another. We're actually all on the freaking same side. Hello? Hello? Don't get lost in the sauce, folks. Keep the eye on the prize. All right. You guys are talking about some Kyrie Irving over 4 assists. Let's go take a look at it. I've seen it pop up here multiple times. He's going up against Cleveland. We only got 3 game logs from Kyrie Irving. And in the 3 games that we have him, he has not exceeded 4 assists yet. But Kevin Durant's out. Probably the most impactful injury news piece, definitely for Kyrie Irving. Does that mean he's going to see more assists with Kevin Durant out? Well, what we can do here is use StatMuse. We can do Kyrie Irving assists without Kevin Durant logs. All right, and then you can kind of see here as a member of the Brooklyn Nets, without Kevin Durant, how many times Kyrie Irving has 4 or more assists. Pretty good number here. If you look at the assists here, 11, 8, 9, 7, 15, 8, 12. I mean, he's got upside, serious assist upside without Kevin Durant. So I can see why you guys are liking it. I mean, it's easier to count how many times he's went under without Durant. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 times out of all these game logs, he has went for less than 4 assists. So yeah, I think Kyrie Irving's assists should be in play. They should definitely be in play. Let's look at the assist category. Got him projected for 5.3 dimes, which is obviously more than 4. But at 4.5, we're seeing a number of different sites here where he's being betted under. Minus 170, minus 165, minus 140. But yeah, I think Kyrie Irving's assist, if you look at it again here, historically, in case you missed it, he's only went under 4 assists 1, 2, 3, 4 times out of all these games. 20, 30 games, however many games that is. So that's looking pretty good. You guys are saying Terry Rozier is back up. And you're thinking that the 20.5, well, he was at 18.5. Now he's at 20.5 points. Let's just refresh. Terry Rozier's at 20.5 points. You think this is too high with LaMelo Ball being out? Arturo, how do you figure? I don't even give any picks away. We're doing player prop research together, Arturo. 8 and 31. Where do you get that number from? You goof. Terry Rozier's points without LaMelo Ball logs. Um, 20.5. So he's got to get 21, right? Last handful of games has not been very good here. 13, 20, 15, 8. So 4 games in a row, he's went under 20.5 without LaMelo Ball. So he's at 20.5. The last time he's went over was April 25th of last year. But again, I think we liked the matchup here against the Knicks. In terms of points allowed, they're giving up 26.2 points per game over the last 7 games. Shooting guard spot, they're giving up 22.2 points per game. So without LaMelo Ball, it looks like it's been a struggle for Terry Rozier, but I would think that he would get more shots and be able to score more points. Antonio says they called Terry Rozier and made sure he got his payment to sell tonight. Then they put him back on the board. That's awesome. Listen, Arturo can say whatever he wants to say. I don't know where he's getting his numbers from. We researched the picks literally live together here on the stream. As I always tell everyone, this should not be the end of your research. I am not here to provide picks, but simply analysis and research together. This should not be the end of your research. This should be the beginning of your research. So Antonio, or Arturo, whatever they're calling you, Arturo, if you're just like blindly tailing or you're not doing any further research, I mean, I'm sorry that your luck stinks as bad as it does. Yeah, I don't know. Arturo, you're the star of the show, buddy. I hope you feel good being in the spotlight. Juan, what's happening, man? Thanks for joining. Appreciate you. So the Knicks versus Terry Rozier, I think he's worth a look at 20.5 points. But yes, last few games without LaMelo Ball have been a bit of a struggle for Rozier. We looked at it right here. Closest he's come in the last handful of games without LaMelo Ball, 20 points, which would not have been enough to get it done. But I think the matchup against the Knicks, I mean, again, we're just looking at it together here, right? Arturo, you paying attention? Knicks giving up 26.2 points, shooting guards. 22 points given up to shooting guards, 26 points to point guards. So there you go. Steven, this is Fantasy Pros. This right here is just a DVP, defense versus position chart that's provided for free by Fantasy Pros. This is Action Labs, which is part of Fantasy Labs. And this is StatMuse, which is also free. So, number of different sites that we're using to do some player prop research. What are you guys thinking about Terry Rozier versus the Knicks, though? You on it or are you off it at 20.5 points? On it or off it? You think the Knicks lose by 20 to Charlotte? What was the spread on this game? Let's just refresh it and see what happens here. It's 215.5 points with a 2.5 point spread in favor of the Knicks. I do not play underdog. I am Mr. PrizePicks. Have been for over a year. That's all I play is PrizePicks. PrizePicks. Do we like Hayward or Rozier's points more? Maybe we like both, but Hayward is now up to 17.5 points. He was 15.5. We knew that they would probably be bumping him up. So let's go back and look at Gordon Hayward points without LaMelo Ball game logs. So how many times has he covered 17.5 without LaMelo Ball this season? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 out of 6. Yes, PrizePicks does offer 3-point props. They have free throw makes as well. We're not getting any 3-point props from the Charlotte game. El Negrito, yo, Curry, my man, what's happening, brother? We're just chilling. We're chilling on stream today. We're just letting it ride. We're just looking at stuff together. Card Goddess wants to look at some Miles Bridges. Miles Bridges points. He's at 19.5 now. We could take a look at Miles Bridges points without LaMelo Ball from this season and see how many times he's covered 19.5. once, twice, 3 times, just 3 out of 6? So 50%, kind of a coin flip type of thing. Just going back, looking at the projections. I'll refresh here with all the news that's coming out. Let's refresh. Ooh. Let's go points. We go Hayward. Hayward projected for 19.4. He's at 18.5 on most of your books now. He's at 17.5 on PrizePicks. So we're still getting a point of value on Gordon Hayward here. Bridges. Got him projected for 20.9. He is at 20.5 on most books, 19.5 on one book. At 20.5, though, he is a betting favorite to go over on a couple of different sites. So there you go. Who are you liking more? Hayward, Bridges, Rozier? Number of different options. Number of different ways you could go with that one. We still don't have Washington back up on the board yet, but at least we have Charlotte. Do we want to try and throw something together here for this Charlotte-New York game real quick? Together, real time? What were we liking earlier? We talked about, I think, R.J. Barrett's fantasy points looked pretty good, right? If you consider R.J. Barrett to be a shooting guard going up against small forward, was it? Small forwards against the Charlotte Hornets. They're giving up over 52 fantasy points per game. So I think R.J. Barrett could be in play. We talked about Mitchell Robinson at just 9 points. We look at his game logs, 11, 13, 19, and 14. He's gone over it in 4 straight games. So I think he was somebody worth looking at. We liked Hayward at 15.5. He's now at 17.5. Could be a little bit more difficult for him. I think for me, I might want to go Terry Rozier here. Again, here's why. New York giving up 26.2 points per game to opposing point guards. And as we talked about earlier, 22 points per game to shooting guards. So I think there's some upside for Terry Rozier. The hit rates with LaMelo Ball recently, not as great for Terry Rozier. But you're going to need a piece of the Charlotte game here, right? So maybe that's the piece that we go with. Miles Bridges. Look at the power forward position here. New York giving up just 18.4 points per game to opposing power forwards. So I'm not loving that one as much. The matchup for Hayward was also difficult on paper, 17.1. Doesn't mean he can't do it. Just means it's going to be tough. Who else do we want to add to like a potential 5 pick here, folks? Antonio, you're liking Hayward to cover 17.5 points. You'd rather go, Delvin, you'd rather go Rozier over fantasy points? J Money, we're just taking it one game at a time right now. One game at a time. We're chilling. We're just chilling right now. You're liking, somebody mentioned R.J. Barrett over 2.5 assists. Oh, he's not up on the PrizePicks board. Ouch. Well, we can't add him because he's not up on the board. You'd rather go Rozier fantasy points versus his actual points. Let's take a look at that. It could be interesting. So Terry Rozier's FanDuel points without LaMelo Ball. How many times has he covered 37? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Decent. Not bad. Not bad. Let's look at the matchup here. Knicks giving up 43 fantasy points per game to shooting guards. We look at the point guard spot. Knicks giving up 45.9, 46 fantasy points to opposing point guards. I don't know. He's hit his fantasy points in 4 out of his last 5 games. He's hit his actual points in 3 out of his last 5 games. So, Killer Props wants to know, how do we feel about RJ over fantasy points and Rozier over fantasy points to pick power play? Okay. For you, Devin, here's what we'll do. We'll pivot off of Rozier's points. We'll go over to his fantasy points and take the over there. So what else are we liking? RJ Barrett, you guys had mentioned Mitchell Robinson over points. Terry Rozier. Do we get down with some Julius Randle at all, or nah? I mean, even Mitchell Robinson's fantasy points are pretty strong in the last 3 games. But are we getting down? Are we getting down with some Julius Randle at all? Randle's rebounds? 10 against Charlotte. Oh, he is coming off of a bad game against Atlanta. Let's look at the power forward position here. Charlotte, how many rebounds are they giving up? 11.6 boards to opposing power forwards, which puts them as the team giving up the 9th most rebounds in the last 7 games to power forwards. How about the center spot? Charlotte against opposing centers, giving up 13.6, which kind of puts them down toward the bottom. So Randle should spend more time at the power forward spot anyway. 11.6, he needs 10 or more, ideally 11, right? Murdy's saying Randle either gets rebounds or points. You guys would still take Gordon Hayward over points as well? Okay. Let's go back to Hayward at 17.5 points. We'll put him in there. Let's get a projection up here for my man Julius Randle. Projected for 10.4 boards. He is at a minus 135 betting favorite to cover 9.5 boards, but a minus 150 betting favorite to go under 10.5 boards. So obviously between 9.5 and 10.5 is 10 rebounds. So it seems like we should be wanting to take the over potentially here on on Randle at 10 rebounds. Eric is saying that Hayward smashes FanDuel points without Melo. So you think that Hayward might be a safer play as a fantasy points option? Let's take a look at the matchup. He is a small forward. The New York Knicks giving up, just 29 fantasy points per game to opposing small forwards. That is the first fewest in the last 7 games. Interesting. Very interesting. Oh, let's just go Gordon Hayward over 17.5 points. We took Rozier's fantasy points. And, Randle's assists have been pretty decent, I want to say. Yeah, 9 and 8 in the last couple of games. That could be a good look. Charlotte giving up the 2nd most assists per game over the last 7 to opposing power forwards at 5. Well, that's a pretty good number. We got Randle projected for 5.6 dimes. Do we trust Randle's assists more than rebounds or fantasy points? What are you guys thinking? Joe Val came to eat today. Uh-oh. What does that mean? Let's go take a look. What do we got so far? We got Ingram with 4 points, 1 assist, 1 rebound. We got Herbert Jones with 2 points. We got Joe Val with 6 points and 3 boards. We got Devontae Graham with 3 points, 2 assists. We got Josh Hart with 2 points, 4 boards, 1 assist. What's going on with Boston here? Brown with 4 points, 1 assist, 1 board. Tatum yet to score, 0 points, 1 rebound. Horford with 2 points, 1 rebound. Schroeder, 0 points, 2 assists, 1 rebound. Grant Williams, oh boy, 8 points. He's leading the Celtics in scoring right now. Very interesting. Very interesting. So we'll have to see how this game ends up playing out. Looks like we're in the middle of a timeout here. All right. Well, at least the game's staying close. It's not some kind of like early blowout or anything, right? Yeah. Maybe we'll have a little bit of a correction, Jeff, huh? Maybe we'll get a little bit of a correction and Grant Williams will kind of cool off and some of these other guys will step up. What do you guys think? But yeah, Joval, 6 points and 3 boards. Great start for him. We took the under on his points. I need him to cool off. But he's leading the Hornets the Pelicans in field goal attempts so far. Him and Brandon Ingram taking all the shots. Anyone trying to bless me with a PrizePicks lock? With a PrizePicks lock. I don't know. Let's finish building out this. I'm going to go ahead and we will take... I think we're going to go with Julius Randle's assist over his rebounds. How about that? Sometimes Julius Randle's effort level, to me, can be lacking. I feel like sometimes he just doesn't have the same effort level. Well, the good news is he can pass, and that requires very little effort. You guys had mentioned Gordon Hayward's fantasy points. He's at 35.4 fantasy points. Would we rather go there versus the actual points? Someone mentioned that Gordon Hayward's fantasy points are much nicer without LaMelo Ball. So let's take a look. Hayward FanDuel points without LaMelo Ball. 50, 33-2, 36-3, 49-5. All right, I'm sold. So I'm going to fade the Gordon Hayward points. I'm going to take Gordon Hayward's fantasy points, even though on paper against the Knicks, it looks like a potentially very difficult matchup. But I think I'm going to go there. Yeah, the Knicks against centers, man, 43.8. So I'm not really interested in a Mason Plumlee. Charlotte giving up 49.97. We'll call it 50 fantasy points. Maybe my man Mitchell Robinson is the better fantasy point play than actual point play. Let's look at that again. Charlotte, they're giving up 26 real-life points to opposing centers. Yeah, I'm going to stick with his actual points for Mitchell Robinson. All right, let's run it. I'll just throw something light on it. $10. $10 to win 100. Randle over assist, Hayward over fantasy, Rozier over fantasy, Mitchell Robinson over 9 real-life points, and RJ Barrett over fantasy. Oh, projections have changed. Well, what changed? What changed? Something moved, and I don't know what it is. Was it Rozier's fantasy points? I don't know what changed. Everything else looks the same. I don't know. Screw it. Playing it anyway. All right. And then out of those 5, like I said, I like to try and pick 2 and go with, maybe it was Gordon Hayward's fantasy score. I don't know. I don't remember. Let's just go with, I'm going to just go with, let's go with Barrett and Hayward fantasy. We'll put 20 on it. Power play. See what happens. Oh, Rozier went up 0.5 fantasy points. Oh, well then, screw it. We'll ride it. What's sort of the next game that we have to keep our eye out on? We were waiting on the Bradley Beal news, right? We were wondering if Bradley Beal was going to be in or going to be out. He's questionable, so we can't really do anything same game from Philadelphia, Washington. So it'd be Brooklyn, Cleveland. We've already talked about liking some Kyrie Irving assists. His assist numbers without Kevin Durant, phenomenal. Those look good. I don't think Kyle Kuzma's out. Let me refresh the injury stuff here. I don't have anything about Kyle Kuzma. I think they just have all the Washington Wizards off the board until we know if Bradley Beal's in or out, because he's questionable, being in health protocol. Yeah, we talked about some Seth Curry assist earlier. Muhammad, I think it was looking pretty decent. Uh, Amit Flint, I don't know how to say your name. Talk about some unders. Got 5 of 5 the other day, locking in a few unders. Yeah, I mean, unders are definitely, listen, they're not as fun to play as overs, right? They're not as fun. But yeah, I mean, unders will hit. They do hit more than more than we realize. You're liking some Jared Allen over first half points. Let's take a look at that. He's at 7.5 first half points versus Brooklyn. Looks like LaMarcus Aldridge is probable. Nick Claxton, questionable. Kevin Durant obviously out. Paul Millsap out. James Johnson out. Joe Harris injured, so he's out as well. Let's take a look at Jared Allen, first half points. Jared Allen's first half points, last 4 games, he has covered 8, 9, 8, and 12, respectively. Now, for those of you who are in the know, obviously Jared Allen, once a member of the Brooklyn Nets, then traded to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Is there a little bit of a revenge narrative here? Do we think he is out for blood against his former team? The last time that he faced Brooklyn was back on November 22nd. Excuse me. He dropped 11 first half points versus Brooklyn in that game in 17 first half minutes. So that's a good sign. He's shown an ability to get it done here recently with 8, 9, 8, and 12. He's gone 4 out of his last 5, 80% hit rate at covering 7.5 points. The last time he played Brooklyn, he had 11 first half points. So maybe Jared Allen gets up for the rematch against his Brooklyn Nets, former team, Brooklyn Nets. Brooklyn giving up about 23.6 points per game to centers over the last 7 games. That puts them like just outside the top 10, but closer to the top of the list here in terms of points allowed. Also worth noting, Brooklyn giving up about 50 fantasy points per game, nearly 51 fantasy points per game. So the points looks a little bit better for Jared Allen than the fantasy points. I mean, he could definitely hit both, but Delvin, you're also liking Jared Allen's rebounds. Let's take a look at that matchup. Brooklyn, wow, they're giving up just 12 boards per game over the last 7 games to opposing centers. So that is the 4th fewest. Oh, let's take a look here. Jared Allen's rebounds are at 10.5. 10.5. What did he get the last time he played Brooklyn? Let's take a look. Four games since joining the Cavaliers versus Brooklyn, he has recorded 11, 6, 11, and 15 rebounds. So he's covered in 3 out of 4 games versus Brooklyn. In terms of points, 12, 19, 9, and 20. So he's covered today's point prop in 2 out of 4. So I would say his rebounds for me look a little bit better, despite what looks like a difficult matchup. But if you're liking the points, you're liking the rebounds, then maybe you just take the fantasy points. Gets a couple blocks. Maybe he finds a steal. So maybe the best way to play Jared Allen is rebounds today against Brooklyn. or you could take the first half points against Jared Allen. I don't have any projections for first half points, unfortunately, but let's go look at the rebounds and see what Jared Allen's up to. 11.2 rebounds, projected for 11.2. At 10.5 boards, he is a betting favorite to go under on 2 out of 3 sites. 2 out of 3 sites. Definitely seeing some chatter about Darius Garland. Let's look at the matchup here. He's the point guard, obviously, going up against Brooklyn. 22.6. Kind of a middle-of-the-pack matchup in terms of points. He needs 20. If we're looking to take the over, he would need 20. Let's look at the fantasy points. Brooklyn giving up 50.7 fantasy points. So I would say that the fantasy points look to be a better option. Brooklyn giving up a lot more fantasy points, ranking higher in terms of fantasy points allowed than actual points allowed. So let's see what Garland's been doing here lately. At 19.5 points, he's gone over 19.5 in back-to-back games. Let's go to the fantasy score. He's covered his fantasy score in 3 out of the last 5 games. So for me, I'd probably have to lean toward the fantasy score with the higher hit rates and the better matchup against Brooklyn today. So let's do it. Let's pull up a projection real quick on Garland. Got it projected for 37.6, but he's got a ceiling of 53 and a rating of almost 89. You guys are saying that Garland's rebounds have been hitting. Some people are liking the assists. No, I did not pay for Action Labs. I'm actually a partner with the Action Network Fantasy Labs. So they hooked your boy up. They hooked me up. Yeah, I'm going to go with, I think Garland's fantasy points looks like the way to go. I don't mind that first half over on Jared Allen's points, but really the only time that I need to take a first half prop is if I feel like the game's going to get out of hand. Right now, this game has a 3-point spread. So I think full game props are, fine. I think they're fine. I don't think we have to go first half props here. Brooklyn fantasy score 50.8. Allen needs 36. Jared Allen, FanDuel points versus Nets. Let's see how he's done. 41, which is an over, 28, 24, and 42. So 2 out of his last 5 games against the Nets, he has covered his fantasy score of 36. I got it projected for 36.4, so PrizePicks has a pretty good number up. Cam, you're liking Kyrie's points, but Kyrie's assist at 4 looked really good without Kevin Durant around. Hey, we got the Wizards back on the board, it looks like. Did we finally get confirmation on Bradley Beal? Let's take a look. I'm assuming we did, being that they went ahead and put him up. No. Nothing yet. I'm still seeing questionable on Beal. What are you guys seeing? Anything? But I see Kuzma snuck his way back up on the board. But yeah, I think I'm going to take Jared Allen off. I will take Jared Allen's rebounds. 3 out of the last 4 meetings against Brooklyn, he's covered. I don't mind that. I don't mind that quite as much. Matchup against Brooklyn could be tough. They're giving up just 12.1 rebounds, 4th fewest. 4th fewest. But listen, Jared Allen's gotten it done against tough competition before. Nick Claxton, questionable. Not sure if he's going to be in or out. But I'm not really worried about Nick Claxton or LaMarcus Aldridge. Let's go with it. I'm going to go with it. YOLO. Let's roll the dice. What other props are we liking from this Cleveland-Brooklyn game? You guys have mentioned Kyrie's points, but I think Kyrie's assists looked really good. We talked about that one earlier. Cleveland versus opposing point guards. They're giving up 25.2 points per game. 25.2 points per game. If you're just joining me, by the way, we're just chilling today. We're just chilling, chopping it up, looking at some same game parlays. I got Kyrie projected for 27.2 points. He is at 23.5 points on 3 out of 4 different sports books. So the projections, he's projected for nearly 5 points more than where he's at. On PrizePicks with 22.5. Are we liking Kyrie's assist or are we liking Kyrie's points more? Oh boy, LaMelo Ball's playing. What the heezy? You for real? Say it ain't so. That sucks. And I'm definitely outside of my 5 minutes to cancel entries. Ouch. Well, that's what you get, right? That's what you get for locking in too early. That sucks. I know, he was questionable. He was questionable. Not impossible, though. Not impossible, but that does suck. Boy, does that suck. Yeah, PrizePicks right now. Getting the freaking bag, huh? Let's get an update on this Pelicans Celtics game. What's going on here? Got Brandon Ingram with 8 points, 2 boards, an assist, and a steal. Herbert Jones, 4 points with 1 steal. Joe Val having a good game, 9 points, 7 boards so far with an assist. Hart not shooting the ball much, just 1 field goal attempt. Ouch. 2 points, 5 rebounds, 2 assists. Having a pretty good overall game, all-around game. Going down here to the bottom, Jaylen Brown. He's not doing terrible. 8 points, 1 rebound, 1 assist. Good start for him at 23.5. Schroeder, 0 points, 2 assists, 1 rebound. Al Horford, 4 points, 3 boards. Grant Williams still at 8 points. Jason Tatum still scoreless, 0 for 4. Well, we talked about the matchup for small forwards against the Pelicans being a difficult one, and it looks like that is the case so far with Tatum with 0 points. Claxton's out. Well, Claxton's out. Then I'm definitely going to take some Jared Allen over on rebounds. You guys mentioned James Harden's fantasy points at 57. Man, that seems like a high number. Let's look at both of the guard spots and see how Cleveland does in terms of fantasy points allowed. Cleveland giving up about 41.3 to the 2 guard spot. That's not good. That's not a great looking sign of things to come. They're giving up about 48 fantasy points per game to the point guard spot. I don't know, man. That seems like a high fantasy score number for James Harden to cover. 51.1 is his projected fantasy score. But I ain't clicking the under on him. I don't know if I feel great about clicking the under on James Harden without Kevin Durant. You guys are saying Josh Hart will step it up in the second half? Yeah, I mean, for him to only attempt 1 shot so far. Ouch. Ouch. Come on, Josh Hart. I mean, this game's about to blow out. It's like getting to the point where it's about to turn into a blowout. It's a 12-point lead. Boston, where you at, boys? Step up. Step up, Boston. Jason Tatum finally made a shot. Good for him. Yeah, Jonas Valanciunas doing his thing out here, folks. Another board for Joe Val. So Valanciunas is up to 9-9. Not even halftime yet. Gobbling up those boards against old Al Horford. Come on, Jaylen Brown. Keep getting them buckets. Jason Tatum, 2 points. Interesting, man. I'm loving this all-day basketball thing. That's why we're just chilling today. LaMelo did not start. Are we sure that he's playing? Is he coming off the bench? Let's go to that game. Miles Bridges with 5 quick points. Terry Rozier with 2 and 2 rebounds and a steal. Good start for some fantasy points on Terry Rozier. Gordon Hayward, just 1 assist so far. Slow start for him. Randall, big goose egg across the board. RJ Barrett, 1 turnover, so he's in the hole. Gotta love that. Look at my man Mitchell Robinson. He's got 1 point. There you go, Mitch. Only 9 more to go to cover that 9-point prop. All right, we'll have to keep an eye on these games. Yeah, I don't know that I feel great about James Harden at 57 fantasy points. But I don't mind the Jared Allen over rebounds against LaMarcus Aldridge. Darius Garland's fantasy points have looked good. Kyrie Irving over assist. Still think that looks pretty good. Lauri Markkanen under points has been nice, but he's down to 12.5 now. That might be too low for me to go under. It's going to load. There we go. Yeah, 12.5 points. Do we want to take a shot under Lauri Markkanen? LaMelo's coming off the bench. Interesting. Agent Vulture, good little start there. Brown points, Hart points, and Herbert points. We'll see. Leroy, are you liking Markkanen over or under on rebounds? Craig, what are you clicking the under on specifically? Sorry. Over on Markkanen's rebounds. I don't see Markkanen on the board. Are you playing somewhere else? Yeah, I don't have Markkanen on the board for rebounds. Don't see him. But I do see Jared Allen. You think Markkanen drops 15 plus points today against Brooklyn? Let's pull a projection up for him. See what the action projection tools. Got him at 14.5. 13.5, he's being bet down, bet under at 13.5, but he's projected for 14.5. David, I'll take him over for you. How about that? Yeah, they should have just DNP'd. This is like a this is like one of those Draymond Green situations almost, where he's gonna, I don't know, be a question mark. Kyrie Irving over 4 assists. I liked Garland over fantasy points. One more to complete it. These games have already started, J Money. We're just building like same game parlays as these games are starting. So there's not really anything to show at this point because the games have already started. Yeah, we need one more pick here if we want to complete the 5 pick. What do we think? Hmm. Harden at 7.5 boards. Sheesh. Mobley? Mobley what, Justin? Mobley points? You guys got to tell me over or under, by the way, too. Like, I don't know what you got. You're just saying like points or assists or whatever, but like if you could tell me what you're leaning toward, over or under, that would be helpful. Mobley over on points. Let's look at it. So, do we feel good about taking both Mobley and Markkinen over on points? How about that? I got Mobley projected for 15.2. He's at 15.5 on most of the books out there. So I think I would lean more toward Laurie, being that we're at least seeing him at 13.5 out on a couple books. Meaning, these lines makers must have felt like there was at least some 14-point potential in Laurie Markkinen. Over on Harden's assists? I got him projected for 10.4. He is at 11.5 on most books today. Let's do James Harden assists without Durant logs. I mean, it looks like he's gone under more than he's gone over at 11.5 assists. At 10.5 assists, a little bit better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. 11 out of 24 times he has gone over. Don't love that. I don't know if I love that. Harden over 25.5 points. He has gone over his points from what it looks like more than his assists. He needs what? 26? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. 15 out of 25. I think his points look better than his assists. No, we didn't really get to talk a whole lot about Wizards Sixers because Bradley Beal, unfortunately. Yeah, I think I'm going to back off of Mobley points. We'll stick with Markkinen. Harden, let's look at his points projections. Dang, he's projected for 23 points, but I am seeing him at 26.5 points on most of the books out there. One book has him at 25.5. But even at 25.5, he is a betting favorite to go over. Looking at the matchup, points allowed by Cleveland, 25 to point guards, 23 to shooting guards. So they rank high enough for me that I think I don't mind taking an over on James Harden. Let's go with that. Keep it light. It's a 5 pick. It's a really hard odds to hit a 5 pick. So yeah, we're going to go with Jared Allen over rebounds, Markkinen over on points, Kyrie over on assists, Garland over fantasy points, and Harden over 25.5 points. So out of those two, which ones are we wanting to run with like a 2-pick power? We're not sure on Beal yet. I don't think we have official word or ruling. I still show him as questionable. You guys are saying that Beal was warming up pregame. I'm just chilling. I appreciate that though, Emmanuel. I'll take the 114 likes. We're just hanging out today. This is a very different format. I wanted to do something a little different, being that there are games going on in real time. Normally, we don't get the opportunity to do something like this, but you guys are talking about for our 2-pick power from the same game parlay. You're liking Jared Allen over on rebounds as our first option. I think that Kyrie assist prop over 4 and Jared Allen over 10.5 boards. What do you guys think? Tony's saying he's loving this format. He's loving this format. He's got 3 screens up. He's at work. He told me to sip some water. You got it, bro. $22.5 is too low for who? Who are we talking about? You guys are wanting to take Garland over what? Fantasy points as our 2-pick? Oh, 22.5 for Kyrie points. Well, he didn't make it into our 5-pick. I mean, we could put him in just as a hedge off of Kyrie's assist at 4. Rozier's going off right now. Let's take a look. Got Rozier at 7 points, 1 steal, 1 assist, 3 rebounds. We took his fantasy score, so that's good. Miles Bridges is doing his thing, 13 points, 3 boards, 2 assists. Mason Plumlee doing nothing. We don't care. We don't have him. Gordon Hayward's at 4 points, 1 assist. Kind of a slow start for him. Julius Randle, we took his assists, I believe. He's at 1 dime so far. 6 points, 1 assist, 2 boards. We had some RJ Barrett's fantasy points, and those are off to a slow start. 3 points, 1 assist, and 1 turnover. Mitchell Robinson we had at 9 points. He's got 3 points so far. Beal will play. Interesting. Okay. Ken says, I knew Tatum was going to sell. Yeah, I did not want to touch Tatum. Let's go look at that game. We've got Ingram with 11 points, 3 boards, 2 assists, 1 steal, 1 turnover. So he's doing a little bit of everything. Hart up to 4 points, also pulling in 5 boards, 2 assists. He's got a turnover as well. Joe Val with 9 and 9 still. Looks like he's going to go into the half with 9 and 9. Boston trying to make a little push, a little comeback here. It's a 9-point game now. That's looking good. Jaylen Brown, 11 points going into half. We took the over at 23.5 points. So he is slightly behind pace. Slightly behind pace at this moment. Tatum with just 4 points, but has 4 rebounds. We took the over on 8 rebounds for Tatum. So he's halfway there. Halfway to his goal. Not terrible. Listen, I'm not going to spend any more time on this. I'm going to just take Jared Allen over 10.5 boards and Kyrie over 2 assists. We'll put $20 on it. Not going crazy. All right. That's me, Mr. $10 to $20 guy. I ain't going too stupid on anything. So that's what we got coming up for this next game. We took Jared Allen over rebounds, Lauri Markkanen over 12.5 points, Kyrie Irving over 4 assists, Darius Garland over 39 fantasy points, and the Beard, James Harden at 25.5 points. And then I'm just going to run this 2-pick. Jared Allen over 10.5 boards, Kyrie Irving over 4 assists. We'll see what happens. We're winging it. We're winging it. Tail if you want. If you don't want to, that's okay. That's okay as well. We're just trying to research and build these together. Do we want to double back here and look at the Philadelphia game? There's a lot of controversy with this Philly game. You guys were saying you're off of Joel Embiid, but the matchup against the Wizards, I think, is a pretty good one. It looks good on paper. I mean, he's not blowing 53.5 fantasy points away or anything. We look at the last 5 games for him. 54-9, barely gets over. 56-6, barely gets over. Falls short against Charlotte with 38-7. 53-6 again, barely gets over. And then 54-9, barely gets over. Kuzma's taken off the board, so we don't have any Wizards again. Well, shoot. How can we same game parlay that? We can't without Kuzma. Seth Curry is definitely going to be a look at 4.5. I think his points looked pretty interesting too. He's covered 4.5 in 4 out of 5. His points, 15.5, also has covered those in 4.5 or 4 out of 5 rather. So avoid points for who? Curry? For Seth Curry? Who are we talking about? Beal is active, yeah. It's a shame we don't have any Wizards props up. It would be cool to be able to do something with those. Maybe we can move on, though, and look at the Chicago-Memphis game. That should be a fun one. 225-point total, 8.5-point spread in favor of the Memphis Grizzlies. And a lot of this is because Chicago is going to be running out, well, not their normal names. It'll be DeMar DeRozan and Nikola Vucevic obviously leading the way for Chicago, but no Lonzo Ball for this game, no Zach LaVine for this game, which is why Memphis is 8.5-point favorites. They're going to be marching out Ja Morant, Zaire Williams, Desmond Bane, Brandon Clark, and Jaren Jackson Jr. from the looks of things. Let's pull up the injuries for that game. Yeah, Cook, Williams, Green, Jones Jr., Levine, Ball, and Caruso all out for Chicago. Brooks, Pons, and Tilly. Where's Steven Adams at? Why is he not on this list of names of guys who are ruled out? Is he like in but coming off the bench for some weird reason? What's going on with Steven Adams? I don't show Steven Adams being ruled out, but I also don't show him in the starting lineup as of right now. Yeah, for me, this game would be a first half only play. Adams has been coming off the bench. Good to know. I know he was out for a period of time for the Grizzlies. Yeah, these would be first half. This would be the type of game where I'd be playing first half only props. So NBA 1H is where you want to go for that. They got DeMar DeRozan at 12.5 points. Nikola Vucevic at 9.5 first half points. Kobe White, he can kind of get hot quick, 8.5 points. Dosunmu. Let's call him AD or Ayo. Let's call him Ayo. I like that. Ayo. We got Ayo at 5 points. So what do we think about some of these points props here for these Chicago Bulls? Obviously, DeMar DeRozan should have the green light and have as many opportunities as he wants to score. Looking at this matchup, though, maybe Kobe White should be considered because Memphis is giving up the 4th most points to opposing point guards over the last 7 games, 26.2. So I would say that maybe Kobe White would be in play. What do you guys think about that? Kobe White over 8.5 points seems like a nice little play here. Like I said, Memphis, pretty soft against the point guard spot. Let's take a look at something here. Let's do Kobe White first half points without Levine game logs. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Seeing a lot more overs at 8.5 than I am unders, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. Slightly over 50%. But let's just look at this season. Okay, we don't want to go too far back. 3 games this season, Coby White without Zach LaVine, he's gone over in 2 out of 3. He had 11 on 12, 20, 21 against Houston in 14 minutes of game time. And then in the last game, which was just 2 days ago against Boston, he dropped 13 first half points against the Celtics in 18 minutes. So yeah, I think I'm on some Coby White here for sure at 8.5 points. What are you guys thinking about this? I think that's looking pretty good, pretty good. Let's pull up a points prop projection for Coby. Got him projected for 17-7. 17-7. So, yeah, this is one of those games that could get out of hand, could blow out. So for me, it's going to be a first half only prop. Bridges over points. Boy, Bridges is balling, huh? Let's go look in let's check in at this game here. First quarter's almost over, and Miles Bridges has already cleared his point prop of 19.5. Meanwhile, Gordon Hayward, 4 points. Terry Rozier, 7. Doing a little bit of everything, though. 3 boards, 2 assists, 1 steal, which is good news for us since we took his fantasy score. Hayward, though, 4 points and 1 assist and 1 turnover. We need more. More Gordon Hayward, less Miles Bridges would be fantastic. Looking at the Knicks side of things, we've got Randall with 9 points, 4 boards, and an assist. Mitchell Robinson, 3 points, 1 block. RJ Barrett, 5 points, 2 assists, and 1 steal, but he's got 2 turnovers. Got to cut that out, RJ. Those turnovers hurt when we take your fantasy score. All right, so we're cruising here. We're gonna see what happens with this game. Meanwhile, the New Orleans-Boston game is at halftime. 7-point game. Ingram, 11 points, 3 boards, 2 assists, and a steal with 1 turnover. Valanciunas, 9 points, 10 boards. We took the under on Joe Val's points. Could be in danger. Could be in jeopardy. We took the over on Josh Hart's points, right? At 13.5. He's sitting at 4 points. 5 rebounds for Hart, 2 assists, 1 turnover. Celtics side of things, Jaylen Brown, 11 points, 3 boards, and an assist with 2 turnovers. We had him going over 23.5 points. Still got a very good shot at that happening. Al Horford's having a great fantasy day. 9 points, 6 boards, 3 assists, 1 steal. Doing a little bit of everything. Jason Tatum struggling, 6 points, 4 boards. He's halfway to his 8 rebound prop. We took that one. So, a little update here. It's kind of cool that we're able to do this as these games are playing out in real time while we're on the air, streaming. Delvin, keep it going, man. Keep it going. There's a lot of noise, you know what I'm saying? A lot of people in chat, Delvin, so it's kind of hard to you know what I mean? You know what I'm saying, right? I don't doubt you. I'm not doubting you. It's just a lot. A lot of people chatting, a lot of people throwing picks and plays out there. Kind of hard to get them all, right? Trying to take one pick from, all of you people. As many of them as I can in a 5-pick type of thing. Anyway, back to this game. Coby White against Memphis. I think that's my first pick so far. What do you guys like from the Memphis side of this game in a first half only format? Where's Chicago the weakest at? Let's see if we can figure that part out. They're giving up about 22 points to point guards, so that wouldn't be bad if we wanted to take maybe Ja Morant over 12.5 first half points. Maybe that's in play. They're kind of in the middle of the pack. How about Chicago shooting guard points? They're giving up about 23, which puts them right around top 10. So maybe that puts Desmond Bane in play. He's at 9.5 first half points. It may not be terrible. Let's look into him real quick. Desmond Bane, first half points. Logs. Ooh, well, the last 3 games have not been great for Mr. Desmond Bane. He has not gone over 9.5 points in 3 straight games. Prior to that, though, had 13, 10, 11, 13. He was cruising. He had a string of 4 games where he had went over 9.5 points. We're looking at first half only, Young O. So if you guys are talking about Triple J, Jaren Jackson Jr., are you liking his first half points or are you liking his first half fantasy points? Because we can't take first half rebounds. So if you're liking the rebounds and you're saying over on everything on Jaren Jackson Jr., he's at 17 fantasy points. What we can do here is go Jaren Jackson first half FanDuel points logs. See if we get something up here. He needs 17.1. So he's gone over this in, let's say, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 out of 5. So 60% hit rate covering first half fantasy points. You guys are thinking fantasy points over actual points. Confident in everything for JJJ. If Adams is back, Adams is playing, but he's playing off the bench, right? You guys are saying he's in, but he's coming in off the bench. Yeah, we may not be able to put a 5 pick together, huh, Caleb? With the whole Wizard situation. Let's look at this matchup. Jaren Jackson Jr. against Chicago. Chicago fantasy points given up per game to opposing centers, about 51.6. I would imagine that's where Jaren Jackson Jr. will be today, is mostly at the 5 spot with Steven Adams coming off of the bench. This matchup against Chicago is looking pretty rough over the last 7 games, but you guys are saying that Chicago's pretty beat up. I think, Leroy, I'm looking at this game from a first half only perspective. So I'm not saying Desmond Bane can't go over 2.5 threes. I'm just saying it could end up as a blowout, and I don't want to go there. All right. Well, you guys are saying over on Jaren Jackson everything, so let's just take the over on his fantasy score. I think Kobe White over 8.5 points is definitely worth a look. Where else do we want to target some picks, some plays here? Chicago pretty soft in terms of fantasy points to the power forward position. They're giving up the first most. So maybe that benefits Jaren Jackson Jr. a little bit. You guys are saying Ayo's assists, but we can't take Ayo's assists in a first half only format. So we're looking at first half. Is there any other first half points or fantasy points that you guys are interested in? Yeah, but Aaron Rodgers, Adams is coming off the bench. So what do we think about that? Are you liking it a little bit more with Adams coming off the bench rather than being in the starting lineup? You guys are liking DeRozan over first half points. I think he was at 12.5. Let's see how he's done without Zach LaVine in terms of first half points. Now, with LaVine out, I think DeRozan's kind of more at the shooting guard spot now, right? Memphis, they're giving up about 19.3 points to shooting guards. Not great for DeRozan. They're giving up about 17.2 points to small forwards. Again, not great for DeRozan. Let's go DeRozan first half points without LaVine game logs. So in 3 games, first half points without Zach LaVine, he's covered in 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3. He had just 7 first half points against Boston. 7 first half points against Boston. Yeah, I just saw the those Washington props pop up. So yeah, I don't know if I love DeRozan first half points. I mean, like I said, 2 out of the last 3 games he has gotten it done without LaVine since joining the Bulls. 12-19, 12-20, 115. But the matchup against Memphis, I mean, this would be us saying that he's just going to be like pure volume. You know, it's going to be a volume play. I like Kobe White a lot better, I think, in the matchup. Just looking at it on paper, Memphis giving up over 26 points per game. Kobe White only needs 9 points. You got Craig is mentioning some maybe some Vucevic first half points. Well, looking at this matchup against Memphis, they're giving up 26.4 points per game to the center position, which is the 6th most. So Vucevic is at 9.5 today. Let's go Vucevic. First half points without LaVine game logs. He has covered 9.5 points as a member of the Bulls without LaVine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Now, a lot of those games were from last season when DeRozan wasn't around. This season, he's covered in just 1 game. So I don't know if I love that. At 9.5. But like you said, at 7.5, 8.5, a little bit more palatable. The matchup looks good though. Maybe how about Vucevic FanDuel points? Where is he at for first half FanDuel points or fantasy points in this case? Let's look at that. 21.5. This season, without LaVine, he's covered his fantasy score in 2 out of 5 games. 2 out of 5 games. So a little bit better hit rate there. Memphis giving up 55 fantasy points per game to opposing centers. Not the worst matchup in the world. Yeah, Delvin, I'm kind of leaning with you on liking Vucevic over first half fantasy versus first half points. So let's plug him in. What do we want to do about DeMar DeRozan's first half points? Fade it? Go under? Go over? I'm going to take him out for right now, but let's go back. Do we think that DeRozan is maybe a better fantasy point play as well at 21? Let's go look at that. DeRozan first half FanDuel points without LaVine. He has only covered 21 fantasy points once out of 3 times. Small sample size. We don't have a whole lot to go off of. I don't know, man. I don't know what to do with DeRozan. His points, the matchup anyway, for his points look tough. Has a higher hit rate with points than he does with fantasy points without LaVine. Shooting guards, Memphis, fantasy points. Memphis giving up 41 fantasy points to shooting guards. Small forwards. Memphis giving up 35 fantasy points, 3rd fewest. Tough matchup for DeRozan in both points and actual points and fantasy points, rather. I don't know. Just don't love it. It's not ringing out to me. very well. We talked about maybe some Ja Morant first half. Chicago giving up about 46 fantasy points per game to opposing point guards. That puts them down toward the middle. What about actual points? It's about even, man. They're as far as where they rank, points and fantasy points, looking pretty close. Let's look at Morant first half. Points, game logs. Ugh, that ain't looking good either. What's his first half point prop? 12.5? It's kind of up or down here lately, huh? 15, 3, 18, 4, 14, 13, 15, 20, 16. So he was on a tear there for a little bit. First half, let's go FanDuel points. He needed 21.5, I believe it was, fantasy points. 21.5. He's gone over in 1, 2, 3. 3 of 5. Playing for the first half is dangerous. Yeah, so it's taken, in my opinion, full game points in a game that could blow out. So, I mean, yeah, it's dangerous no matter what. Gordon Hayward is looking like Snow White in the garden today. I don't know what that means. What does that mean? He's got 6 points. 6 points, 1 assist, 1 steal, 1 turnover. Bridges is just on one. Ballin'. Could use some more Randall assist, RJ Barrett finally starting to pick it up. 7 points, 3 boards, 2 assists, 1 steal, 2 turnovers. Love that. He's starting to pick it up. Interesting. I don't know here, gang. Maybe I'll just make it a 3-pick. What do you think about that? We'll do a 3-pick. Let's just power it. Do we want to power it? I don't know. Do we want to power it? Yeah, everything's risky. Yeah, I agree. Let's power it. We'll just put like $10 on it. 3-pick. Vucevic over fantasy, Jaren Jackson Jr. over fantasy, and Kobe White over first half points. I'm just playing those first half only. Do we want to quickly try to throw something together here for this Philadelphia-Washington game? Like I said, we're just chilling. We're hanging out. Not in a rush, not in a hurry or anything. I'm just here spending some time with you guys. Total on this game is 221.5. 221.5. The spread is 2 points. So it should be going the distance. Should stay close and competitive with a pretty nice total. I know some folks were not liking Joel Embiid earlier. Did they drop his points? Was he... Oh, that's fantasy score. Fantasy score. Let's go back to full... Okay, he's at 28.5 still for full game points. They dropped my boy Spencer Dinwiddie back down to 13.5. That 16.5 without Bradley Beal in was hitting, man. Hit every single time, I think. I know you guys were talking Curry over assists, so we could definitely consider him. What else are we liking from this game? You got Kuzma, 1.5 threes. He's coming off of a down game. KCP, he's coming off of a game where he made 0 threes. Does he finally find a triple? Maybe. Jaylen Brown covered his free throws. Love it. Let's go pop into that game and see what's happening. Joe Val, 13 and 11. Dominant. All right. So, maybe Al Horford ain't putting the clamps on Joe Val today. That's unfortunate. Brandon Ingram, 13, 4, and 3 with a steal, 1 turnover. Hart up to 6 points, 6 boards, 3 assists. Keep going, Josh Hart. We need you. We need you bad. Jaylen Brown up to 15 points. All right. He's getting closer and closer to the 23.5, covering his 23.5 points. Tatum starting to get some points up on the board himself with 10. He's got 5 boards. We need him to get 9 boards. So keep on going, Jason Tatum. Keep the game close. See what happens, though. See what happens with that one. You guys want to go Beal over on points in his first game back since when? January 9th? It's a pretty decent layoff. Pretty decent layoff. 8 days. He had been balling, though. 27, 35, 27, and 26. He's going up against Philly. Let's look at the matchup here. Shooting guards against the Sixers. I think Philadelphia is typically pretty tough against guards. Let me look. They're giving up 21.4 points, which is, oddly enough, right about where he's at today at 21.5. Are we trusting Bradley Beal yet, or are we going to wait? Do we think it's time to jump in on a low number here at 21.5 points for Beal? Do we want to buy in early, or do we want to wait and see on Bradley Beal? I got him projected for 26.1 points. He's at 22.5 on 2 out of 3 books. I think I'll be a speculator here and take the over on Beal. What did I have Seth Curry's assist at? 3.8. Ooh. And then at 4.5 assists on a couple of different books, he is a betting favorite to go over on a couple and under on a couple others. Interesting, Seth. Seth, you going to sell us out today? I hope you don't. I hope that doesn't happen. We could go over on Beal points, though. What about Caldwell Pope? Contavious Caldwell Pope, 10.5 points. I got him projected for 10.9 at 10.5 on 3 out of 4 books. He is a betting favorite to go under. I don't know if I trust this guy, Contavious Caldwell Pope. Yeah, I'm thinking, Beal's worth taking a shot on. For sure. At 21.5. What do we got to lose? A few bucks. Kuzma rebounds versus Philly. Do we trust this guy? 12 boards, 10 boards in his last couple of games. Had 5 against OKC. Where they got Kuzma's rebounds today? 7.9. Let's look at this matchup. Power forwards, rebounds, Sixers. Philadelphia giving up about 10.5 to opposing power forwards. Kuzma would need 9. Do we think he gets it done? Kyle Kuzma rebounds versus Sixers logs. He pulled in 10 boards versus Philly the last time they played in 29 minutes. How many minutes is he projected for today? Kuzma projected for about 35 minutes today. Well, that would be nice, potentially, maybe. Might be an option. Rozier over assist. Keep it going, Rozier. Keep it going. We got his fantasy score going. Let's go check in on that game again. Almost at halftime. New York about to get blown out, folks. Rozier, though, 4 boards, 4 assists, 7 points, 1 steal, a little bit of everything. Getting it done. You guys are saying now that Beal is a game-time decision. Cartier Hendricks. So, well, I'm showing that he's in. According to the Underdog News feed. It says that he is in. Not a GTD. you have any updated news, though, let me know. I hope Melo is a DNP, man. Has he checked in at all? He hasn't checked in at all. I guess that's what you're saying. Has not entered the game. No, he has not recorded a minute of playing time yet. So I hope he just sits on the bench and does not get in. And I need New York to rally a little bit. Yeah, Leroy, I think I'm rocking with you there. I think Beal is definitely in today. Joe Val's about to sell us on what? Points? He's balling, isn't he? 15 points? Yeah. Yeah. 17. There it is. He's over 16 and a half points. Hell of a game, Jonas Valanciunas. Well, hey, Al Horford put the clamps on Embiid the other night. At least held him under his point prop. But I don't know, man. Valanciunas is putting the work to him. Jaylen Brown up to 18. Love to see that. Tatum, 5 boards. Come on, Tatum. Pull some boards in. Ingram needing 1 more assist. I see that. 13, 5, and 4. Doing a little bit of this, a little bit of that. Joe Val. Good for you, you big goof. Yeah, I mean, we got 8 minutes here, guys. Do we want to lock anything else in on this particular game here? Seth Curry over assists. Bradley Beal, we're going to take a shot over on his points. I'm kind of like flirting with Kyle Kuzma's rebounds, being that he did cover. Let's add him in. See what happens. KCP for 3. Man, he made 0 against Portland last game. You know me, man. I like going back to it. I do like going back to it. Who's he going to? He's going up against Philly. Philadelphia giving up 2.5 threes. He needs 2 3-point makes against the Sixers. Is Embiid free throws up? Oh, snap. Yeah, let's take it. King of the free throw makes. I'll take him. What are you guys thinking on Kuzma rebounds at 8.5? Loving or nah? Hating or nah? Are we neutral on it? Had 10 against Philadelphia back in December in just 29 minutes. Projected for 35 minutes today. 35 minutes. Think he's got a shot? Herbert Jones. You're saying Tobias Harris points at 17.5? Whoo. I don't know what to do. Washington giving up about 18.5 points to power forwards. A couple of you guys are saying Harris over points. Do we want to make him the 5th pick? What do we think about this 5 pick? Seth Curry over 4.5 assists. Bradley Beal over 21.5. Kyle Kuzma over 8.5 boards. Joel Embiid over 9 free throws. And Tobias Harris over 17.5 points. Who would you take out? If you're taking out anybody. 1, 2 picks. How many of these guys are you not feeling great about? I'll rock with the Harris over points. I'm trusting you guys on that. I looked at it a little bit. You guys are liking it for your own personal reasons. Do we think like a KCP versus over 2.5 or over 1.5 3-point makes versus Kyle Kuzma over 8.5 rebounds? Like, is there one that we like more than the other? Do we want to take a shot on that? You don't know about Beal? I don't know about Beal either. All I know is he's projected to go over 21.5 points. He was out for a couple games. Very true. He was balling before he, sat out for a little bit. Dinwiddie over on fantasy. I like Dinwiddie more without Beal. What about Beal at 5.5 assists? Do we like that more than his points? Been pretty good at getting dimes. Maybe he eases himself back in and doesn't score quite as much. Maybe he's looking to pass a little bit more and get his boys involved. What do you guys think about that idea? I got Harris at 4.1 assists. Beal was in COVID protocols. All right. That might end up hurting me. I'm going to pivot over to Beal's assist instead of points. How about that? We're going to trust in Seth Curry. Bradley Beal over 5.5 assists. Tobias Harris over 17.5 points. Embiid over 9 free throw makes. Kyle Kuzma over 8.5 boards. And Seth Curry over 4.5 assists. All right. It's fired up. I'll just put $10 on it. We'll keep it light. 10 in, 100 out if we take that down. I know. Harris points. I don't know how to feel about it either, but a couple of you folks are liking it, so I'm taking it for you. What 2 picks do you like out of these the most? I'd probably throw my boy Embiid in free throws. I'd probably go Embiid and Beal. I think that's what I'll do. I think I'll go Embiid and Beal over in a 2-pick power. I mean, Embiid's free throws, I think they're going to be there. Let's put 20 on the 2-pick power. Embiid over 9 free throw makes. Beal, first game back. We're going to take the over on the assists and hope that he's just dropping dimes to his boys Dinwiddie and Kuzma and KCP. What do you think? I think we got a shot. Do you like Jalen Smith versus the Spurs tonight? Well, which prop? Is there a specific Jalen Smith prop? That's like the later games. I kind of wanted to just continue to focus on like the earlier games. We got a couple. What do we got? One more like early game. I won't get into the 6 o'clock Giannis Atlanta. I won't do that one. Let's look at this. Maybe this Clippers Indiana game. Like I said, totally different format today. We're just chilling. We're trying to help some people out here. Do some of these early games. Do the player prop research on some of these early games. Now this game has a very low total here, 209.5 points. So less than 210 points, but it is expected to be a close game. Do we have any major pending news here from this game? It looks like we've got Malcolm Brogdon questionable. He would be a big injury news piece. I think he ended up playing in the last game, right? But was a limited participant. Was that last game or 2 games ago where he played like 15 minutes or something like that? Yep, you guys are saying Tobias is iffy. I agree with you. That's why he's in a flex injury and not my power. So if you don't like Tobias, definitely don't take him. Don't take him. He is in my 5-pick flex for that very reason. You guys are liking some Marcus Morris points. He has not covered his points prop in 4 straight games. 4 straight games. Marcus Morris has went under. Let's take a look here. Looks like we have a confirmed lineup of Reggie Jackson, Amir Coffey, Marcus Morris, Nick Batum, and Ivica Zubac. Justice Winslow is available off the bench. Luke Kennard is out. Paul George out. Kawhi Leonard out. For Indiana, latest news on them: Malcolm Brogdon questionable, Jeremy Lamb questionable, Miles Turner is out, TJ McConnell is out, and TJ Warren is out. Brogdon was just ruled out. Well then, my boy Karis LeVert's got to be in play. Karis LeVert's got to be in play, right? Let's look at this matchup against the Clippers. From a points perspective, they're giving up about 19 per game. The better matchup would be right here, where they're giving up 53 fantasy points per game to opposing point guards. So for me, I think I'd be looking at Karis LeVert over fantasy points. Did they just take everybody down because of the Malcolm Brogdon news? Well, they didn't take Justin Holiday down. Yet. Probably will happen soon. The matchup for Karis LeVert, if you're, pegging him to be the point guard for Indiana, like I said, oh, there he goes. There's Holiday. He's out. Clippers giving up just 19 points per game to point guards, but 53.8 fantasy points per game to point guards. So you see a big difference there. I think the fantasy points could be the better look on Karis LeVert than the actual points. Let's go look at the Clippers. They're giving up 18.3 points per game to shooting guards. Difficult matchup. They're not giving up a whole lot of points to point guards or shooting guards. When we look at the fantasy points allowed by the Clippers, about 39 to opposing shooting guards. Kind of middle of the pack. Not great, not a big over, not a big under. David's liking Karis LeVert's assist. Yeah, it depends on what they have him up at the board on. I think he was like at 4 the other night. I want to say that they had him at like an even 4 assist number, and he ended up going over without Brogdon. So, here we go again. News getting in the way of us trying to make a little same game parlay here live. While we wait on maybe those players to return, let's check in on some of these picks that we made earlier. Go to my entries. Go all the way down here. Got a lot of white. We want to start seeing these flip to green here. We took the under on Joe Val's points. Unfortunately, he went over. He's got 17. Jason Tatum at 8 boards. He's got 6 out of 8. Pretty good pace. How much time's left in this game? We got almost another quarter in a close competitive game. Tatum, 6 boards, 12 points. Hopefully Tatum comes through. It's got another quarter. Hopefully it goes into overtime. I mean, shoot, I'd take overtime at this point. So this one's definitely still got some life in it. Brandon Ingram at 4.5 assists. He needs just one more dime to go over 4.5. He's doing a little bit of everything. 13.7 boards, 4 assists. So that one's definitely got some life. Jaylen Brown. He's been kind of stuck at 18 points for a while now. 18 points, needs 24. Not out of the realm of possibilities here for him to pick up 6 points in the fourth quarter. So that one still got some life. My man Josh Hart, I don't know what's happening. And this is why I don't like playing the Pelicans guards, because you just never know. We looked at the matchup earlier, right? We went point guards, points allowed, Boston, number 1, points allowed to opposing point guards. Is Graham doing anything? Nope, he's got 6 also. So Hart and Graham, neither one of these guys are benefiting from this juicy point matchup against the Celtics right now. It's pretty much all Joe Val leading the way, with some Jones sprinkled in, some Ingram. It's not a guard type of game here, despite the fact that Boston's given up over 28. The combination of Hart and Graham, 12 combined points. So I don't know. Josh Hart probably not going to get there, but maybe Brown does. Maybe Ingram does. Tatum's still got a chance. It's looking like it's a potential 3 for 5er. And then we had Hart in our 2-pick power. Old Josh Hart. Mudasucka. Unless something crazy happens, it ain't looking good. We were thinking, I think, that Josh Hart would be the benefactor of this matchup here. And it ain't the case. It ain't looking like it's the case. What about this other 5-pick flex from the Boston-Charlotte game? Is this game getting out of hand? I'm sorry, not Boston-Charlotte. New York-Charlotte. This game's at halftime. Let's check in on this one. Well, we've been keeping you up to date on Miles Bridges, who's having a heck of a game. This game's looking like a blowout, which is not good. RJ Barrett still needs about 10 or 11 fantasy points. 10 or 11 fantasy points for RJ Barrett. Do you think he gets it done in the third quarter? Maybe he plays a little bit in the fourth. Mitchell Robinson, not bad. 6 points. He's got 6 out of the 9. He needs 10. So 2 more buckets for Mitchell Robinson will put him over the top. My man Terry Rozier, very, very strong start. 30.8 fantasy points. Needs 37.6 to go over. Ray, you got some confidence in my man Jaylen Brown. You think he'll do it? David, you're loving this all day, game by game live. Yeah, it's pretty cool. Pretty cool that I'm able to chill, watch some basketball, do these picks for you live. Gordon Hayward's right at about 50% of the way there at 16.4 fantasy points. I'm just really worried about this blowout. And my man Julius Randle, 5.5 assists. Ouch. I was on his rebounds and decided to take the assist last minute. He's at 6 boards. Needed 11 to cover the 10 rebound prop. So the assists are not looking good here for Randle. Our 2-pick power, we went Hayward and Barrett over fantasy score. Because Hayward, without LaMelo Ball, had been crushing his fantasy points. Hindsight being 2020, oh man, Terry Rozier would have been sweet, right? Terry Rozier would have been sweet. So we'll have to see how the rest of these games kind of play out. Got some other games starting right now. Washington already up 11-2 on Philadelphia. Bradley Beal with 5 early points. Kuzma with 2 boards. Liking that. We need Beal to drop some dimes. Get your boys involved. You guys were liking the Tobias Harris points. Well, right now, nobody's really getting any points for Philadelphia, so we'll have to see. It's just 3 minutes into the game, so we're not panicking yet. We're not freaking out just yet. Let's get these guys going here, right? First few minutes, a little wonky, a little crazy. Somebody just splashed a 3 for the 76ers. Who was that? That was Korkmaz. Got the game cast going here. Can't broadcast the game. I'll get in trouble. But Gamecast, I think, is A-OK. Boom. Tobias Harris for 3. Gotta love that. Gotta love seeing Toby hit a 3, especially when you took the over on his points, right? Foul on KCP. Let's see who he fouled. Hopefully it was Embiid. We need some free throw makes, eh? Nope. Tyrese Maxey in this case. So we'll keep an eye on those games. What else are you guys liking? Yeah, we need them Seth Curry assists. We've been hanging out for over 3 hours today, gang. Like I said, we're just chilling. We're just talking some player props, some picks. Guys are saying Tatum is starting to heat up. Let's check in on the game cast for Tatum. There was Kyle Kuzma with a bucket. Spencer Dinwiddie on the assists. Pelicans on a timeout. Maxey at the free throw line for Philly. All right, we got some some Pacers back up here. At least Karis LeVert. Karis LeVert's up at 4.5. 4.5 dimes. Somebody mentioned they liked Karis LeVert's assists. Hard not to with Brogdon out, right? Going up against the Clippers. So he could definitely be in play. Is he the only Pacer player prop up right now? They got his points up at 18.5. He had 20 without Brogdon. And then this game here against Boston, I think, was with Brogdon. If we go back to these other games, these were all without Brogdon. Hey, DFS Whispers, what's happening, man? Yeah, we're just hanging out today. We're just hanging out on MLK Day, just doing a little like all-day marathon here of player prop research. We're just shooting the stuff, chit-chatting, hanging out, doing something a little different. Hope you're doing well, man. Hope you are doing well. So yeah, I'm not mad at Karis LeVert over 4.5 assists. I think that looks good. We talked about the fantasy score. Clippers giving up a lot of fantasy points to opposing point guards. Nearly 54. That's the fourth most fantasy points per game. The fourth most fantasy points allowed per game over the last 7 games. So he should be functioning as the point guard. But even still, Clippers giving up 39 fantasy points per game to shooting guards. So there's still a little bit of upside here for Karis LeVert, no matter if you consider him a point guard or a shooting guard. Let's get this bread. I'm at the daily grind listening in before I start some tennis research. Now, see, I don't know nothing about no tennis, man. That's not my strong suit. I'd much rather talk like some baseball or maybe even like some CS:GO or something before tennis. That's how little I know about tennis. Do we think Justin Holiday is in play for fantasy score at just 22.5? He scored 22.6, 48.4 against Phoenix. Mitchell Robinson needs to get busy. Yeah. Embiid up to 2 points, 2 rebounds, 1 assist, but he's got 2 turnovers. Can't be doing that, Embiid. Can't be doing that. Yeah, we need the Knicks to wake up, huh? Terry Rozier drains a 3 off of a Miles Bridges assist. Gordon Hayward bad pass. RJ Barrett with a steal. That's good for RJ Barrett's fantasy point props. Julius Randle, step back 26-foot shot. That's what's frustrating about Randle. He does crap like that. Get your butt down in the paint. Some random guy. Appreciate all the work you're putting in today and every day. I appreciate you, man. Thank you, some random guy. I appreciate the super chat, for real. We're just hanging out, little different format. We're celebrating the all-day marathon of basketball. That is MLK Day. Gotta love it. Brandon Ingram assist just cashed. Speaking of assist, RJ Barrett just dropped an assist to Julius Randle, who continues to shoot three-pointers, despite me telling him to stop that. You guys think LeVert's boards are looking juicy. You guys are thinking that LeVert's points are looking juicy. You guys are thinking that LeVert's assists are looking juicy. I think LeVert over fantasy points are looking juicy because you guys are liking everything. BI coming through with the 5th assist. Love it. Threes are good for making the game close. Yes. Yes, indeed. Mitchell Robinson with a dunk. Let's go, Mitch. What's he up to? 8 points? Yep, 8 points. He needs one more bucket. Do we think he gets it? This game's getting out of hand. He's going to have to get it soon. Julius Randle, not going to get those assists. I just don't think he's going to get them. Just not looking promising here. But you got to love what you're seeing out of RJ Barrett. Well-rounded game here. 13 points, 5 boards, 4 assists, 2 steals. I'd wish that those turnovers were not at 3. That sucks. What's going on in this game? We're in the 4th quarter here. Tatum with another board. Not a lot happening for us here. Brandon Ingram dropped a 3 on that Tatum assist. Or on that Ingram assist, rather. Well, Tatum's getting some boards. Where's he at on his rebound prop? He's up to 7. He needs one more for the push. One more for the push. Jaylen Brown, where you at, man? Where you at with the buckets? Come on. Yep, Herbert Jones over on points. I think he's been over for like a little bit now. Joe Val crushing it. 19 and 12. Big double-double. Yeah, I'd like to see Tatum get us 2 rebounds because it'd be better for him to go over 8 than to tie at 8. But, you know, we'll take what we can get. Push is better than a loss, right? Where are you at, Jaylen Brown, though? That's what I want to know. There he is. He just checked in. Now get it going. Heat up quick. Josh Hart putting a dagger in my heart, unfortunately. Not having a great game. 6 points for Josh Hart. 3 of 6 shooting. All the shots are going to Devontae Graham, Jonas Valanciunas, and Brandon Ingram. So, bad day to take some Josh Hart over 13.5 points, despite what looked like a lovely, lovely matchup. It looked good. Needed a little bit more aggressiveness and shot making out of Josh Hart today, huh? JB still got a shot. He's still got a shot on those 23.5 points. Let's hope he comes through. Tatum coming up big in the 4th. Absolutely. Absolutely. Herbert Jones with a personal foul. Let it be on Tatum. Or on Brown, rather. We need those Brown points. All right, we'll let that keep playing out. Guys, what are you thinking about this Indiana game and Clippers game? Karis LeVert been crushing his fantasy points prop. 4 out of 5 games. This game against Boston, I believe Brogdon was in, played about 15 minutes or so. But LeVert, when he's got that backcourt to himself, killer. We're getting close, Denzel. Gordon Hayward. "13 points, 2 boards, 2 assists." We just need the Knicks to keep playing back into this game, right? We would hope that it would be RJ Barrett who's leading the way. That's what I would hope anyway, because we had the fantasy points on Barrett. So we'll have to see. Man, Julius Randle, golly, he is so frustrating. That's all I keep seeing is him taking 26-foot 3-point shot, 25-foot 3-point shot. Like, get down in the paint. Get down in the paint. Indiana, yeah, I think I'm going to go Karis LeVert over fantasy points because you guys are liking everything about Karis LeVert. And when you like everything about a player, I think the fantasy points are in play. And again, we go to the point guard position. We look at the Clippers. Clippers giving up almost 54 fantasy points. Over 54 fantasy points, or almost 54 fantasy points to point guards. So I think I got to go Karis LeVert here. What else are we liking? Do we like some Sabo, some Domantas Sabonis without Miles Turner against the Clippers? Let's take a look at this matchup. Clippers. They're giving up about 53 fantasy points per game, kind of a middle of the pack, middle of the road matchup. Yeah, I could have been a lot of other places. You're right. Appreciate the super chat, Ace, for real. Means a lot, man. Tatum over points, still waiting on the rebounds. Dang it. Come on, Tatum. So Sabonis, man. Sabonis at 45.5 fantasy points. Do we think he gets it done against the Clippers? Let's take a look. Got him projected for 50 fantasy points. Whew. Listen. I ain't the smartest man, but 50.1 versus 45.5, I got to take a shot. Right? If we trust in the Fantasy Labs projections, the matchup doesn't look terrible. Let's see something here. Sabonis FanDuel points without Malcolm Brogdon. Logs. Dude's got some fantasy point upside, folks, without Brogdon. Just this season alone at 45.5 fantasy points. We're just going to look at this season. How many times has he covered this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 times out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 9 out of 15 is not bad. 9 out of 15 is not bad. So it'll be Karis LeVert, Domantas Sabonis. How about Sabonis FanDuel points without Miles Turner? One game this season without Miles Turner, he put in 60 fantasy points. Had 16 points, 25 rebounds, and 10 assists with a block against the Minnesota Timberwolves back on November 29th. So one game without Miles Turner. You said LeVert got bumped up? Oh, yeah, I'm sure he did. What's he at now? 37.5? Yeah, I'm still taking it. Sabonis, 47.5. Probably still taking that too. I don't know about the Clippers side of things. Yeah, I'm still live, Hugo. I'm just hanging out today, man. Special day, any day that you got like 12 basketball games all day long. DeMarcus Sutton. You're talking about taking some Marcus Morris, but you want to go under on his fantasy points. I'm still on Sabonis and LeVert. P.S. By the way. Marcus Morris, 28 fantasy points. You want to go under. I mean, he's been struggling. He's only covered this 2 times out of the last 5. He is the power forward, right? Power forward going up against Indiana. Am I blind? I mean, I am kind of blind. Indiana giving up about 41 fantasy points per game to opposing power forwards. You kind of see where they rank. They're like more down toward the bottom of the list. Down toward the bottom. So not a great matchup for Morris. Let's see. I got him projected for 27-3. So slightly under 28. So the lean could definitely be toward the under. Yeah. So you could definitely maybe consider some Marcus Morris under fantasy points. I'm not opposed to that. Just seeing where the Indiana Pacers rank over the last 7 games. Of course, their front court will be a little less formidable without Miles Turner, who has been ruled out. But yeah, I don't mind you potentially going under on Marcus Morris. This game will stay close, though. At least it seems like it will on paper. Let's see. What else are we liking? Are we liking any overs from the Clippers? I'm sorry, for the Clippers side. Where is Indiana vulnerable? Well, they give up just 36 fantasy points per game to point guards. So maybe it's a tough matchup for Reggie Jackson. Indiana against shooting guards. Here you go. If you're looking for a fantasy point prop, Amir Coffey possibly. What do we think about that? Amir Coffey's at 25 fantasy points. Indiana giving up the second most fantasy points in the last 7 games to opposing shooting guards. So I think that would be kind of Amir Coffey's role, like the shooting guard spot, right? Shooting guard, small forward, fair? Is that fair to say? Indiana giving up 46 fantasy points to small forward. So no matter if you call this guy a shooting guard or a small forward, I think Amir Coffey at 25 fantasy points could be in play. Stylianos. Oh man, I don't know how to. Is that Greek? Are you Greek? Sounds like a Greek name. I don't know how to say your name. Stylianos? Sounds like a Greek name, man. Kuzma 5 boards. Embiid 11 points with 7 free throw makes. Let's go. Trader Boggs, yes. If I'm liking some fantasy points on Amir Coffey, then I expect him to be scoring. So I think Coffey over 10.5 actual points is probably a good look. I don't think he gets his fantasy points without getting those real life points. That's what I'm trying to say. I've got him projected for 11.3 actual points. I think I'm going to take his fantasy points, though. You kind of see how the matchup looks versus Indiana. Indiana giving up the sixth most fantasy points to small forwards. If we look at the shooting guard spot, Indiana giving up the second most points to shooting guards. Tatum rebounds. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Well, that's something. That's something to hang our hats on, right? Tatum coming through for us. Hayward over 15. Well, I wish I could have got him at 15.5. They pulled him down, put him back up at 17-5. Doggone it. Did Mitchell Robinson just hit his points prop? Let's go, Big Mitch. 10 points for Mitchell Robinson. So that's a hit. Julius Randle up to 3 assists. He's going to need 3 more. That's going to be a lot to ask. Just don't know if he's going to get there, folks. He's probably not going to get there. Hayward up to 16. What's he need? 1 more bucket to cover the 17-5? How's his fantasy score looking? I don't know. Let's finish up here with this entry we were building. I think I'm still sticking with Sabonis, LeVert, Coffee. I think right now those are looking like my 3 favorite plays. That's right. Winker, a.k.a. Who Dat, with the super chat hit. What was the other one? It was Kyrie Irving or something like that? Points? Yeah, Mitchell Robinson. I don't know. Do we have enough here to like a 5 pick? Let's look at Holiday. 24.8. So that's more. That's more than 22.5. Justin Holiday. Man, nah, I can't do it. I don't think I can do it. 48.4 against Phoenix the last game. Let's look at something here. Justin Holiday FanDuel points without Brogdon. Can't do it. It's just not looking strong enough. Not impossible, but not looking strong enough either. Needs 22.6. 1, 2, 3, 4. No. 4 out of his last 10, 12. No, I can't do it. I can't do it. He might end up going over, but I can't do it. Not feeling it. Not good enough for me. Oh, the other play was Kyrie Irving's assists. Gotcha. Josh Hart is actually got up to 11 points. Wow. Well, Hart, it was too little too late, my boy. Missed 2 free throws. Urgh. Yeah, and our birds went down, man. But that's okay. We got a lot to look forward to. We got 3 first-round picks. 3 first-round picks coming up. So it's not all bad. It's not all bad for the birds. Ingram did not hit his points prop. Yeah, he's only got 15. 10 boards for Brandon Ingram, though, man. 6 assists. I wonder, that would probably be enough for him to cover his fantasy score, huh? Jaylen Brown with 23.5. Oh, or with 23 on 23.5 line. Ouch. Death by hook for Jaylen Brown's points, huh? Yeah, Trader Boggs, I took Kobe White over first half points. Dang, Jaylen Brown. Dang. Jonas was taking everything, man. 22 points, 14 boards, 4 assists. Hart and Brown. Hook. Oh, brutal. Brutal. Both Josh Hart and Jaylen Brown's points. Death by hook. Well, listen, I'm not going to force the issue here. I'm just going to take these 3 guys. We'll just power it. Put a little 10 piece on it. See what happens. RJ Barrett, Gordon Hayward. Any shot of these guys getting it done? 20-point game. Ouch. Ouch. Barrett's super close. Terry Rozier went over his fantasy score. Mitchell Robinson went over his points. Randall still needs 3 assists. Don't know that he's going to get up there. This freaking line right here. This is not updated. Brown with 23 points. Hart with 13. Ouch. Baby. Ouch. That hurts. Tatum, did he finish with exactly 8 boards? Yep. Poo, man. Poo. Boston, New Orleans game. A bunch of poo. Looking like maybe some more poo. They got Barrett at 16, 7, 4, 2, and 5. 5 turnovers for Barrett. It's crushing us right now. 5 turnovers for Barrett is crushing us right now. He's up to 18. 18, 8, 5, 2, and 5. It's going to be close on RJ, but he should be over now that he's at 18, 8, 5. Yeah, he should be over his fantasy score. Gordon Hayward, 16, 2, 4, 1, and 2. 16, 4, 2, 1, and 2. No, he's stuck. He's probably done. Damn. Tough couple of early games there, huh? Embiid with the 7 free throw makes so far. Let's check in on that game. Maybe we got some pleasure and less pain. Embiid with 7 free throw makes already. Love that. Not even halftime yet. Curry, 1 assist. He needs to get going. Tobias, 5 points. He definitely needs to get going. Beal, 2 assists. Not mad at that. He's already over the halfway mark for his points at 11. Love that. Kuzma with 5 boards. That's positive. It's looking good. He's on a nice pace to cover his rebound prop. So we really need some Tobias Harris in a big way because he needs 18 points and is sitting at 5. And we really need Seth Curry to get it going. You know, some assists to Tobias Harris wouldn't be the worst thing in the world, would it, folks? Wouldn't mind that. No, getting 3 out of 5 is not a win. I'm not happy about getting 3 out of 5. Yeah, tough first game for us, huh, Caveman? Yeah, it is. Absolutely. Who was that 3 pick? I just went fantasy points. Amir Coffey, 25. Over 25. Sabonis and LeVert over 37.5 and 47.5. That's what I ended up with on that Pacers-Clippers game. Not going to go crazy with it. Powered it. I'll probably regret powering it. Probably be one of those situations where I should have flexed. But hey, it's MLK Day, baby. We don't flex anything today. Any love for Ayo? In what category? Do they oh yeah, there he is. 24.5 fantasy points, had 39 in his last game. Is there anything specific that you're seeing on Ayo that you're liking? I mean, his fantasy points look fantastic. Obviously, he had 39.8. Is he going to be more of the 2 guard or like 3 guard or 3 guard small forward spot for Chicago? You got to forgive me. I don't know who this guy is. I mean, I've heard of him, but I haven't watched him play. Memphis giving up about 41 fantasy points to shooting guards. and 35 fantasy points, third fewest to small forwards over the last 7 games. Yeah, I'm still here. It's almost 4 hours in, man. Marathon, MLK marathon. Still here. Probably about to get out of here as soon as we're done with this last little game here between Chicago and Memphis. Well, actually, we already locked something in for Indiana and Los Angeles. Ayo's running the point guard spot for Chicago? Really? Tony says, this is better than watching Twitch. Love that. Yeah, I mean, if he's running the point guard spot against Memphis, then that kind of changes things completely. I mean, Memphis has given up 52 fantasy points per game over the last 7 games. So that is the 6th most. 6th most. So, yeah, if Ayo's running point, then against Memphis, I think the over on his fantasy score looks good. Just for reference, I got him projected for 25.6 fantasy points. So that's obviously more than 24.5. So, yeah, I think it's in play. 24.5 fantasy points definitely in play. That would probably be my favorite way to play him, being that Memphis has given up so many fantasy points. You could also look at his points. Memphis given up the 4th most points per game to point guards. See, I appreciate y'all letting me know that he's running the point for Chicago. He is at 10 points today. He had 21 points the last time he took the floor against Boston. So again, great matchup here against Memphis, giving up the 4th most actual points per game to point guards. No, 3 out of 5 is not really a profit. No, it's not. I think we all know that. We don't ever want 3 out of 5. Karis LeVert, I took the over on his fantasy points. Muhammad, I think he's in play for assists. I think he's also in play for points. So for me, I'm just like, well, let's just fire up his fantasy points. So yeah, I would say that Ayo, if you want to take his points, they're in play. If you want to take his fantasy points, they're in play. For me, I would be careful though, because this game could blow out. I think even in a blowout though, him being a younger guy, younger player, he would still probably get enough minutes to get over. Smoke a bag of that. What's happening, man? What's happening? Well, I tried to just go over and guys in good spots. I mean, would you go under on Ayo here? Against a team giving up the 4th most points to point guards? Would you go under on Ayo's fantasy points, being that Memphis is giving up the 6th most? I mean, there's no reason why. They're just more fun to play. I think that's, J Money, to answer your question. They're just more fun to play. Overs are just more fun to play. So naturally, yeah, I mean, I'm, gravitating toward overs because they're just more fun to play. But in this case, I mean, this particular prop, I'm not going to go under on a guy against the team giving up the 4th most points and the 6th most fantasy points to point guards, being that Ayo should be playing point guard for the Bulls, according to my Chicago Bulls experts. So, listen, J Money, just to go even further here, you could easily do this. Look, scroll all the way down to the bottom, find the teams that are giving up the fewest amount of fantasy points. So in this case, Indiana's given up just 36 fantasy points to point guards, which means Reggie Jackson, who is the point guard here. You could take the under on Reggie Jackson if you wanted to. So Luke is saying Ao does not play point. Most of the time is spent at shooting guard. But is that accurate when it comes to like all the injuries? Like no Caruso, no Lonzo, no Levine. Like who's gonna be playing point? Yeah, praise the sun. Somebody said Kyrie earlier for points. You could definitely look at Kyrie over on points. I think that I took the over on 4 assists for Kyrie. It's without Kevin Durant, man. He has hit like 4 or more assists in a lot of the games. A lot of the games. Kobe White would be at point guard today. Yeah, I took the over on Kobe White's first half points. So, yeah, whatever. I mean, Kobe White, Ao. I mean, these guys are probably somewhat interchangeable at the guard spot. But I took the over on Kobe White's points. I trust Kobe White more than I do Ao. Yeah, I mean, Ao had 21 real life points in the last game. But yeah, I mean, if you want to go under on somebody, Reggie Jackson has only covered his fantasy points prop one time out of the last 5 games. He's going up against Indiana, who's given up the second fewest fantasy points. I mean, we could talk about unders if you want. I mean, going back to what you were saying, J Money, we could do a whole show of nothing but unders. A lot of you guys probably wouldn't like that, though, huh? They're just not as fun to play. They're just not. So I typically just talk about overs. There's nothing wrong with going under. I mean, it's black or white. It's binary, right? Ones and zeros. You either choose the over or the under. Something's going to happen. So, I mean, when I play an over, I'm only playing an over on somebody who's in a good spot that has what looks to be a good chance of them going over. Like, I'm not just taking overs on anybody, everybody. It's hopefully an informed over if I'm taking an over. There's an over now. Phoenix Perez is liking some Darius Garland over 19.5 points. I took Garland over on fantasy points. Jojo Rabbit says, unders are fun if you hate yourself. That's right. Life's too short to bet the under, right? Never watch a game with unders. It's no fun. Well, the good news about the unders is that you're already winning right out of the gate, right? Like, you're a winner, and you're just telling all these players, hey, go prove me wrong. If you think you're so big and bad, go hit the over then. Yeah, Youngo says, I can't wish on a player's downfall. They know that. These sports books, these DFS sites and stuff, they know we want to cheer for the overs. They know we want to take the overs. Doesn't always happen, but dang. AO paid some car notes for you. Well, that's nice. You did an all under card, Tony? Ant says, never flex, always powers. But yeah. Well, it's almost 3 p.m. Eastern. But Phoenix, to answer your question, going back to that, I took Darius Garland over fantasy points. I would imagine that he's going to have to hit his points prop to get over fantasy points. But totally up to you there. I think both are definitely in play. But yeah, it's almost 3 o'clock here, guys. Been streaming here for about 4 hours. 4 freaking hours. I just wanted to do something different, kind of spend some time with you guys. If you haven't liked today's live stream, I'd appreciate it if you could. Literally just been sitting here for 4 hours drinking water, talking and watching basketball with you guys. So, if you could leave a like, I'd appreciate it. Kuzma with 8 rebounds. That's right. Come on, Tobias Harris. We need you. Beal up to 3 assists. So he's about at the halfway mark. Water and props. That's it, baby. Water and props. All right, guys, I'm getting out of here. Like I said, if you could leave me a like, it'd be much appreciated. I'm gonna go take a break, find me some lunch. It's past lunchtime here, but I'm gonna go try and find me some lunch, and then we'll see what happens. All right, folks. Thanks for tuning in for the MLK Marathon stream. We'll catch you tomorrow, 11 a.m. Eastern Time, talking more NBA props. Back to the normal routine tomorrow, by the way. Not this 4-hour stuff. I can't do this every day. All right? Peace.